You heard the good news? He is risen. Hello, welcome back everybody. Look at Georgia Kappelman there. Isn't she great? But don't worry, we're not going to be looking at the rerun of the Charlie Adelson cross-examination today. Instead, I wanted to take a look at the common, frequent use of the phrase, trust me, by liars, by well-documented liars. We're going to be mainly looking at Charlie Adelson and Mr. Chris Watts today. Yay! But yeah, no, there's something both a little ironic about a liar telling you to trust them, actually as they're lying to you, but also it makes complete sense. It's like ironic and obvious at the same time, which is unusual. So we're going to be unpacking that. And also, we're not just going to be looking at the phrase trust me, but rather any similar phrase that conveys persuasion, desperate need, right? Please trust me. And so on, because I just think it's fascinating. Thank you to, let's see if the show does well, and then I will give the individual credit. Don't want to, if it sinks, then I want to blame them. Just kidding. You know who you are, and you know how much we love this idea. Let's go through a few of these segments right now. Where is my big button? You know, I've been ready for this show for the last 4 hours. And for the last 4 hours, I've been sitting in resentment of having to wait, because I was ready 4 hours to go. It was the moment, you know? It was like jump out of the airplane time. You know? You can't wait 4 hours to do that kind of thing. Yeah, I understand the need to make things run on a schedule, but it's just not who I am. But we will try. We will always try and trust, just like we're going to trust Chris Watts right about now. Where is he? No. Hold on. Good.
He was held at this prison. Chris Watts was convicted. He was sentenced to. He is currently being housed at the Dodge Correctional Institution in Wisconsin, where unfortunately they don't release inmates.
It's not going nowhere. I can only way I can wear the gray hair is if I shave off all my hair.
Well, I ain't do that yet. Don't do that yet. I'm good. Okay. Alright. I just check one powers to be, make sure I'm doing good.
Yeah. This isn't what I wanted either, trust me.
I know, hon. I don't know what happened, but I will never, ever stop loving you. Ever.
God, someone really needs to fucking get rid of this woman legally and without any violence, please. That's not my message, but I just mean someone needs to fucking figuratively slap her in the face, because fuck me, You know, people like to go on about Shanann, don't they? Oh, she painted everything purple. She ran his life, didn't let him be a man. No, it's this bitch right here.
Never stop loving you guys either, trust me.
Trust me.
Is there anything we can do?
Just your love and support is all I need.
Honey, you've got that. You've got that. Did the letters from Noel help?
I haven't got Noel's letters yet.
The letters from Noel? Yeah, they helped fine. I mean, what did they even say? Can we get those? How do we get the letters from Noel? I want to know what Noel said to Chris, because I bet it was something like this. You're not a bad person. You're on a different journey now, and you need to go into that head on, and you can still make a life, Chris. You can make a life, and you can do good in this world, Chris, because you're not a bad person, Chris. We know you. Something like that, I'm guessing, right? Which is a total fucking cop-out.
How about a church leader by the name of Michael White?
Yeah, I got a letter from him.
Wasn't he the chess champion in 1992? Worldwide, baby.
Okay.
No, that was Michael Short. You can look it up. He played the Russian.
And
I guess you can ask Noelle if she put her return address on there, because they don't give me letters that don't have return addresses on them.
Oh.
So I did get something in the mail, but it didn't have a return address, so it wasn't given to me. So I'm not sure who it was from.
Well, that's a good tip for anybody who wants to write to a sicko.
So I would just, if you could just ask her, just to make, if that was hers, then it didn't get delivered to me.
Okay. I will tell her. I will tell her. What?
Never stop loving you guys either, trust me.
Mm-hmm. Never stop loving you guys either, trust me. Now, I'm not saying that every time someone uses the phrase trust me that means they're lying, right? But someone who uses it as frequently as Chris does, yes, it can form into your natural vernacular, but you know, with everything else that we know about Chris and Charlie, it seems to have just become a default sort of, I don't even want to use the word qualifier, and that's not even what it is. It's a sales pitch, right? It's a plea for credibility and believability. And when it's used as frequently as these two particular guys do, I mean, and in some ways, Chris and Charlie are the complete opposites of each other, right? Charlie talks too much. Chris doesn't talk enough. And when he does talk, it's pretty boring anyway. But, you know, they are similar in terms of majorly dysfunctional, abuse by proxy mothers, right? They have both been royally fucked by their mothers. Can anybody who's not a murderer identify with that? You know? Are you starting to see why we're here?
Is there anything we can do?
Just your love and support is all I need.
Trust me.
Honey, you've got that. You've got that.
That's such a throwaway comment as well. It means nothing. And this is all of the problem again. I mean, I don't know if Chris gets the pleasure of being able to watch my show from prison. But if you do, you need to tell your mother she's a toxic cunt. And to not contact you anymore. And you need to tell your mother that, you know, if she wasn't like she is and didn't treat you like she did, Shanann wouldn't have even been murdered. The girls wouldn't have been murdered. Yeah. I would be happy to sign a piece of paper that supported new laws that enabled the arrest and life imprisonment of Cindy Watts. Murder by proxy. Murder by bad motherhood, right?
Did the letters from Noelle help?
I haven't got Noelle's letters yet.
It's good to never trust me.
Yeah, just use it for whatever you need, trust me.
No, if that's what I need. I need to see my son. I need to see my son.
I mean, you can, like the toolbox, and like if the snowblower's still in there, you can do that too. I mean, that's a barely.
I don't know what's in there or what
Senior
isn't.
took the snowblower, Chris. You murdered his daughter. That sucker's his, okay? He's loading it into the van as we speak. The snowblower, it's gone. The fuck did he buy a snowblower for anyway? I mean, now, isn't that just one of those purchases that people buy, that men buy for no reason, and use once, and then leave it in the basement for a year? And they're quite large, right? It just takes up space. I mean, they had a big house, but, you know, and expensive too. What does that cost? $300? A snowblower. It's got to be at least 200. Am I right? You know, it's one of those things that you go in. It's an impulse buy, isn't it? That idiot men do. Another one, generator. Okay, a generator. I don't know how to tell you this, Chris, but we live in a house. We live in a really big house in like a residential neighborhood, surrounded by other people with electricity. Okay, there can be a power outage. Well, once a decade. Yeah, we need that generator, just in case. It's the sort of thing that a man will walk around Home Depot and be intimidated by other men in there that know all about pipe sizes or something that you have to be in the trade to know, right? They're walking around with a fucking high-vis jacket on, little hard hat, and you feel emasculated. So what do? As soon as you get to the checkout, you pick up a generator and put it in the cart. You don't care how much it costs. Snowblower, please.
Frank and them took it home.
I know that. Well, just whatever's in there.
No, none of that stuff matters to me.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that you're okay and that you are going to make this work.
Oh, well.
You hear me?
Yep.
You will make this.
You'll make this work this time, Chris. I mean, how many times do you think she's said that? I don't know. But what does she even mean? She's acting like, okay, he's gonna be a success. She's thinking, I don't know. I mean, what is she thinking? I don't know. Not much. Should we go on to Charlie for a little bit? Let's have a look at Charlie. We need to full screen.
No, trust me, it is. I knew what yours like, and I knew what I had when I was up here. I knew what I was dealing with.
Look,
it is what it is.
have you spoken to Dan since he left?
No, I called you.
Okay. Yeah, there's something that he told us. You need to talk to him. You need to ask him what you tell my parents.
Yeah, no. I'm going to talk to him, but I'll call you in a little bit. But take his man, relax. Not getting upset, not going to change anything. It's only going to get you sick.
All right. Call Dan, ask him to tell you what he told us, okay?
Listen, I'm fine.
You know, I'd love to have the ability to do a picture-in-picture live view of where Daniel Rashbaum was at this moment, because I bet he was, driving down the highway in a bright red Mercedes convertible with a red interior as well, speeding back to Miami, getting a blowjob on the highway, laughing, money just flying out of the back seat. He doesn't care. Cops are just waving him through. Go on, Mr. Rashbaum. Good luck on your next case.
Just take something to relax, okay?
All right, we're going to be okay, Charlie. Just please give Dan a call and call us back later, okay?
Yeah.
How funny is it to think that in just 1 week to the day after this call, Donna Adelson would have spent the whole day packing a big old suitcase full of stuff. And knowing what we know about Donna Adelson, I'm willing to bet that even on a normal packing day to go on vacation, to go to fucking Costa Rica and do the mountain trail or whatever, the zip wire that they were talking about, you just know that would be a fucking neurotic clusterfuck of drama and shit, right? Any packing or any trip preparation involving Donna Adelson would be an absolute death trap of a nightmare, right? But throw into the mix the need to covertly get to a non-extradition country under the, right under the nose of law enforcement, who have been watching and listening to all your calls. Yeah? We're still going to try. Dan said we might make it. Just imagine what that would have been like the whole day. And not just that day, of course, it would have been going on for all the days, right? And then it would finally get, and I'll tell you exactly what happened, right? They finally got to the point where Harvey says, okay, are you ready now? And she says yes. That's the 18th time the question's been asked, right? Then they finally get in the taxi, bags loaded. The minute it pulls away, she goes, oh, wait a minute. Did I bring our passports? No, I have to go back. I left the stove on. Or something, there would be something like that, because there always is with Donna, right? True.
Okay, don't
Trust
want
me.
to take something and relax.
I will.
I know what I was dealing with. You didn't take something, go crazy and get upset.
I knew what I was dealing with. I knew. I knew. I love that about Charlie. Even in the light of his utterly failed disaster mission of going to trial, he'll still come out of it and say, yeah, I was right. I knew I wouldn't be successful. So I am successful because I said I wouldn't be. And I knew, because I always know, because my finger is on the fucking pulse.
Okay. Okay. I love you.
Okay, you know what we need to do? We need to go to the comments. Those great comments, where are they? Oh, they're so good. We click this one. We need to get it all the way up. All the way up. Take a left on Parkway and go all the way up. What is wrong with Californians? Has anyone ever wondered that? You know? Is it a food thing or, you know, a sunshine thing? I mean, people in Florida are fine. I'm just kidding. We love the Golden State. Some of it. Okay, I don't know if we really need this chapter mark thing tonight, so... Welcome everybody in chat. There's Spacey Dove. Good to see you. Beth. Good to see you too, Beth. Ms. Pugsy. Hello. Jill Not Wendy. Hello. San Antonio. Light a candle to Saint Anthony. Ocapone. Love it. Montana. Good to see you, Montana. What's the deal with you being in Montana, anyway, Maria? What do you do all day? You know, apart from cleaning the bear urine off your front porch. Stacy, look, Callie K, 84. Yeah, Callie K. Callie K. Well, I hope you didn't take my gripes about the Golden State too seriously, Callie K. We love everything California. Especially its spelling. Such a beautiful word, isn't it? California.
We talk a little bit later.
I got full power on my phone. I'll call you guys in a little bit tonight. And that's,
All right, just call Dan first, okay?
I'm going to call her in a little bit, but I'm calling Dan first, okay?
Okay.
Love you guys.
Love you, Charlie.
The caller has hung up.
Oh, he's hung up already? Okay. Let's get a good one. Oh, I think this is the one. This is a good one. Nope.
This video contains 4 calls.
I spoke to the sergeant and said, talk to the chief. See if he can get me out to my other pod to get out of this room. So, like, I can't, at least I can see out through the window before. I look into my cell. There is just mirrored glass.
There was nothing. nothing in that regard that Dan could help you with, right? You have to do that yourself in there.
Yeah, they're just gonna move me when they.
Yeah, no special treatment.
Here's not long enough for observation, I guess.
Do they keep you 24 hours in there? Is that what they're doing?
Oh yeah, you don't come out of yourself.
No. I mean, do you need to stay there for 24 hours in that cell before they would let you out, or no?
I don't know. I mean, I've been in here since 6 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
Whatever they put me in there.
11 this morning.
But it's,
yeah.
Listen, it's going to be. Obviously, I've got a tremendous amount of regret. I trust in my gut.
Hey, real DJ Miller, did I get your super chat yesterday? Well, there was no show yesterday. Did you? I can check.
That would, yeah, I just.
Hold on one second. Are you off the phone?
I am.
You are. Okay. Charlie just called again. Yeah. Yeah, this is doing some business stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen.
Dan was very nice. He stayed with me a long time. I literally, from the time I hung up with you, probably within 3 or 4 minutes, I was up talking to him until just now. So I wanted to ask 40 minutes.
Probably. Let me see when I got off with you before. Called at 8:44 on an hour. 8:44. Yeah, we were on an hour and 5 minutes. So yeah, he came right after us then. Yeah. Right after you spoke to us, he was coming.
Yeah.
I'm sure he filled you in on some things that were interesting, right? Possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's like, you got to understand something.
God, that sounded like someone trying to tell you that you've got a good Christmas present coming, didn't it? I'm sure he filled you on some things that are interesting. Yeah? Possibilities? Maybe down the line? He filled you in, right?
The amount of publicity that this case has gotten is worldwide. It's the bloggers, it's the media, it's wherever this case goes.
How is that news to you, dipshit? The amount of publicity this case has got is worldwide. Yes, and it has been for a decade plus. I mean, did he really not watch the 2 trials before his own? Did he really not watch when his sister's interview? Come on, I mean, you got to watch that. I could see him not having the attention span to sit through an entire trial like all of us, right? But you gotta think that it would have been important for him to see what the fuck Wendy was saying in that interrogation, right? Michelle, how you doing? Good to see you, Michelle.
It's going to have such a non-normal case, which is not. It's not going to get treated like a normal case. And he said the judge pretty much let us get everything in the case and wanted to get in. You know, it's not really much to appeal.
There's not really much to appeal, yeah. Maybe you should appeal the fact that you don't have much to appeal, because that's prejudiced.
You know, we should try just for the sake of trying. But from what I gather, like you gotta try, because if you don't try, you don't know.
Right.
And the appeal is with judges, you know, but there's judges that are going to be judging a judge, and he pretty much let us get everything in. Like, he didn't make any rulings that we're going to come back at, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. He did that on purpose. That's his role, to safeguard your constitutional rights so that he ensures that the state plays a fair game in prosecuting you. You know, that's his role. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Charlie, but that's what a judge does. And it just so happens that Judge Everett's a damn good one, right? The only thing he's not safeguarding, I mean, he's got a lot of practice with safeguarding. He does the same thing with his little plate of treats.
You know, I think
it's appealed to judges. It doesn't get tried again. It doesn't get shown to a jury. It's just the judges, and they don't hear the case.
Yeah.
They review what happened.
They review what happened.
Well, that's probably a good thing, Donna. Don't review the fucking case. Then he's definitely not got a shot at appeal. I mean, if they go anywhere near the case, that's bad news for you. It's great that the appellate judges do not get to see the case.
And if something was done improper, you could get a new trial, technically. And listen, Dan wasn't sitting there telling me, like, this judge fucked up here, he screwed up here, I mean, it's like, you try just because you got to say you did everything you could.
Right.
But he told me not to, you know, he knows resources aren't what the state says they are. So he's like, you don't want to deplete the money that you have saved up for Roman on your appeals. You know, like,
yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what he said. Yeah, you don't want to deplete the money you've saved up for Roman. You don't want to put that money into my account, do you? Because if you do, you know, I've got the guy that's going to come in and get inside the mind of the appellate judges, right? He's called an appellate judge consultant. And it's not cheap. It's going to be $1 million. But, you know, if you want a shot of appeal and you want to use some of that money that you've saved up for Roman and put away, you know, I have the guy.
Yes, you can only appeal, like,
certain reasons you can appeal. Yeah, I guess.
So there's only so much you can appeal. The things have to be done wrong to appeal.
Oh yeah, DJ Miller, if you're referring to the super chat that happened just before we went live on our last show, I do remember, and that was very nice.
And they said, hey, what you got to do is just give it a shot. And they're going to look into the other couple little things.
Right, so that issue, okay.
You know, and then, listen, if they appeals can take a year and a half, around about a year and a half to be heard, maybe 2 years. So
to look into other things then in the meantime. Let's see what happens.
he's looking at other things, but
You got to think the whole appeal thing is a little bit of a fucking prick tease, isn't it? Right? You've just been handed a life sentence. And understandably, there's a journey towards acceptance of that fact that probably takes years on average for people to really, for it to sink in that, hey, well, I'm not going home. But even in a case like Charlie Adelson, just the idea that you can put an appeal together and maybe get it heard in 1 to 2 years. 2 years, I mean, it sounds like he's trying to tell himself, okay, I've been found guilty, I've got a life sentence, but there is a possibility of appeal. And if I work really hard and hope really hard, maybe I can get it heard in 2 years. So he's already kind of telling himself, look, Charlie, you're in here for 2 years. You thought you were going home today. You're not going home today. You're eating fucking tuna spread on apple slices and pretending it's sushi. Okay? That's your life for another 2 years. But then maybe you can get back to the jet ski and get back to the pussy and get back to the boat. And sometimes all three at once. Those were the days, weren't they, Charlie? Yeah, but of course, I mean, that just surely prolongs the inevitable, even though people are still talking about that, conflict. I had someone come to me and say, Judge Everett screwed up, left holes all over the place for appeal. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they were framing the Daniel Rashbaum conflict where he was Charlie Adelson's lawyer, but had also been Donna Adelson's lawyer and was now representing where he had to be removed from the case, and so did Mr. Morris. But, I mean, I don't see an issue there. That's not going to get him a new trial, is it? And I don't think that was even mentioned in his latest, appellate court hearing. Maybe we'll go back and watch a little bit of that. We only went through it one time, and I'm fuzzy on the details. I don't remember what was said offhand.
In the meantime, I need to figure out what I'm doing with a couple things.
Okay.
And figure out what I'm doing with Buddy.
Right.
And this person also said that the Daniel Rashbaum conflict and the supposed new trial that could create, at least if you listen to that guy, their opinion was also that this is the main principal factor as to why no arrest has been made of Wendy and no move forward into that direction, even slightly, not even a little bit.
I'm going to call.
I disagree. I don't think Charlie has any hope of having a new trial based on the Daniel Rashbaum quote-unquote conflict. And I don't think that's got anything to do with Wendy having not been arrested. She's innocent.
Mike Ferrari up and have to pick up the last vote. I just wish I wasn't in such a good mood on Sunday. It's been a whirlwind emotion. Can't even, just shock.
We all felt the way you did on Sunday. But that's
What's that?
I said we all felt the way you did on Sunday. We were all looking forward to Monday.
Like I said 50 times, I just wish I went with my gut instinct and didn't look at the fucking people. Because this was not a real case. This was.
So 100% he is saying to Donna, you need to get out of the US, right? You need to get to safe ground or safe harbor or safe runway, a non-extradition runway, anywhere but the US. That's what he's saying. I should have gone with my gut instinct, as in move to Tel Aviv. Yeah, the publicity, no hope of appeal. Because Charlie would have been inquiring with Daniel Rashbaum about whether the authorities are going after his mother, right? That would have come up, and he would have said, maybe that will happen. That's a real possibility because of evidence and training. Yeah. And also, there's a touch of throwing the shit in Donna's face, isn't it? Because, I don't need to say my theory again, but I have virtually no doubt. I have no doubt. I'm completely comfortable in saying, but it's not I wasn't in the room. So I suppose I do have to call it speculation, even though it is a fact. Because I say, Charlie wanted to leave. The other co-conspirators, Donna, said, you can't go. If you go, you'll blow the whistle on the rest of us. And then, we can't all move to Tel Aviv, so you'll have to stay and face the music. And if the worst happens, we'll get you the best fucking legal defense money can buy. Jury consultant that works, whole 9 yards. Don't worry, we got this. We'll buy our way out of anything. Because we're Adelsons, and Adelsons win. And he reluctantly sat tight and hoped that there wouldn't be an arrest. Of course, there was. On, what was it? April 20th or 22nd. It was the day before or the day after Wendy.
This was Dan Simpson that he said, listen, when we were doing jury selection, I realized, this was going to be, this was going to be tough. Yeah. He said, when he saw the amount of people that were coming in with knowledge of the case and saying they couldn't be fair, he said, I had to trust that the people who were saying they had knowledge of the case and could be fair weren't lying to me.
You had no option. You had no option.
I mean, you shouldn't have a case where people know about the case that they're about to judge and they already have an opinion. Like that guy Josh Doolin said, where in your brain are you going to put your opinion that you just stated when you come in to deliberate? Like you just said, you have an opinion on this case. It was a good question. He goes, you have an opinion on this case. Tell me where in your brain are you going to put that opinion that it's not going to affect how you can judge this man? And then some people would say, well, it's a good point. I don't think I can take it out of my brain. I think it can still be in there, and I'll still be thinking about it while I'm deliberating. Okay, well, you're off the jury.
Yeah.
But what about the person who comes in and goes, you know what, I can totally block out, I can definitely, whatever preconceived notion I have from the judge, I can totally listen to the judge's instructions, block out any preconceived notion I have, and treat this young man fairly. Okay, you're a liar, but you make it to the next one.
Yeah.
And then that's what we had. So he's like, I don't think I fully trust the people that we had, that they were telling me the truth.
I know. You said that.
Whereas, if you have a normal case that goes before the court, and it's just the normal case where people show up for jury duty and they get sent to a courtroom and they get sent for jury selection and they hear the prosecution and they hear the defense and they go ahead and they have an idea of what happened or reasonable doubt. That's how it's done. But this was Georgia Kaplan's whole career rested on taking me down. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Like her whole career. I mean, trust me, you don't think she knew on Friday that I held up well under cross?
Yeah, she knew. There was a lot of talk, and a lot of information. She knew that.
A lot of, I mean, like she didn't. Everybody was saying like
Held up well under cross. Which bit, Charlie? Jesus Christ. I mean, she tore him apart. That was, you know, there hasn't been a cross-examination of a defendant like that since Juan and Jody. Yeah, it was a public slashing or lashing, one of those. California avocado, nice choice for a show, Metrics. It wasn't my choice, but I support it. No, it was the choice of Our Lady with the golden feathers, Spacey Dove.
saying like all these people were talking that never were talking before, and they were like, they were really like going ahead and they were really changing sides, and holy shit, she went to work, and I'm sure she had a bunch of people helping her, and she fucking came out with the closing.
What was the other thing he just said? Georgia Kaplan's whole career depended on taking me down. Georgia Kaplan must listen to these all the time, on the commute to work, or just on a weekend among family and friends, right? You go to her house for dinner, she'll say, hey, do you want to put on the tapes? Listen to what he said about my career. She has other cases, son. She's the assistant state prosecutor of Leon County, you know? So, you know, quite busy. You're just another murderer to her. I mean, I'm sure she enjoyed it because you're a dick. That's different. That doesn't mean her career depended on it. She just enjoyed taking you down and embarrassing you publicly because you're a dick. Okay? Difference.
Over a lifetime and made a movie. She did a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
You know, she even, was able to manipulate stuff and be like, you even heard his own sister say this. You heard his own sister say that.
Yeah, that's like, she said it wasn't in context.
Well, she did say on page 25 of a 6-hour interview, my brother Charlie makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and he said that I was going to get you a hitman. Oh, God, Wendy. Wendy. What a card to play. What do you think? Did she do the perfect crime? Because I've heard it said that the perfect crime is one that you're not even suspected of, right? You just get away with it. No one knows it was you. That's the perfect crime in some people's eyes, but not in Wendy's eyes. Wendy wants the suspicion and wants to know that everyone knows, right? And still get away with it. That, to someone like Wendy, is the perfect crime, right? You know it was me, but you can't prove it. And I'm going to sit here and smirk at you all the way through my direct examination, Miss Kappelman. Okay?
Okay.
No, out of context. You know, it's these things aren't set on an island. It's said as part of a conversation or a response or trying to prove a point or like.
Well, it's a 6-hour video, Charlie. I mean, if context is an issue for you, we can go through it piece by piece. Who wants to see that? Should we do? You know the trust me thing. I do really like this concept, avocado, and Charlie says it a lot. Donna says it a lot. And as you all know, the Adelsons are big fans of the elongated persuasion, right? They're really close with the kids, and they all do it. They all do that thing, and I hate that thing. It's cheap. It's got no merit. There's no style to it, right? It's forceful, but it's not convincing. If anything, it lends itself to the awkwardness of social cues, right? People don't want to go against you because you're basically on your knees pleading, and it's a little bit pathetic. Which I never am. But Chris Watts says, trust me, frequently. Charlie Adelson says, trust me, frequently. Donna too, that comes up. I think she's got more than him in these calls because, but you know who doesn't say it much at all? That I can not actually really remember any significant occurrence, occasion, or use of that phrase is Wendy, which is interesting. She's chosen not to pick that up because the Adelsons do this thing with their speaking expressions and stuff. They trade. It's very incestuous. Maybe a lot of families are like that. I don't know. I suppose the more time you spend with them, I don't have that problem. Yeah, but she's chosen not to pick that one up, I think. Of course, I could do a search now and it will come back from her interrogation that she said it 458 fucking times. But I doubt it because I can pretty much remember the whole damn thing verbatim.
You cut and paste sentences. You could make anything look like something it's not.
Yeah, that's right. That's what she did, and that's what she got away with.
And it's so funny. I mean, that's what she got away with, cut and paste. Let me tell you something, Charlie. Everybody and their dog loved Georgia Kappelman's closing PowerPoint slides. Or was it Donna's trial where they were really good? I think they were quite good in Charlie's trial as well, but in Donna's trial they were really good. Flying in transitions and stuff, all animated. It looked great. I'd love to get a copy of that. Let's get a copy of that.
So she's allowed that she has 2 hours. When she was done with those 2 hours, I sat there and I remember looking at Kate and I go, this is not good. I don't know how you felt when you got done seeing her 2 hours, but I was like, this is not good.
Yeah. I wasn't so concerned with that after I heard Dan. I was just upset after she got the final word. That was the problem.
Well, she basically...
Well, the slightest bit of reading on your part, Donna, about the format of closing arguments would show that it's state, defense, rebuttal. That's the same in every case. She keeps going on, no, she got the last word. That shouldn't be. That's unfair. That's not equal, it's unconstitutional. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous that these people just, was it arrogance or laziness or stupidity that they didn't have the nous to do, like, if it were me on trial for murder, I would do a full fucking law degree while awaiting trial, which you pretty much could do, right?
Anything that he said in that first, in his rebuttal, anything she said, anything point he made, she just torpedoed. You know?
You know what she did?
So it was, well, I hate to say it, but it's fucking exactly what I anticipated up here. It's exactly what I anticipated.
Yeah.
And even worse. I mean, look, I'm sitting in a jail cell. Some guy's been incarcerated since 2008, goes to a dam from 20 feet away. And he's been in prison since 2008.
Yeah.
So just listen. It's kind of part of my problem right now is that my mind is totally focused and thinking about a totally different direction than where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah. I know you were. You were. Not what we expected.
Well, I hate to say it, but it's kind of what you guys were foolishly optimistic for a long time. And everybody was looking at me going, what's wrong with him? I remember how many times everyone would look at me and be like, what's wrong with him? Yeah.
I know.
I literally, I mean, it's almost like I'm the only one who saw it.
We saw what was being done all along, and everyone had hopes because what we had on our side were facts. They did not have facts.
Yeah.
They had Tallahassee stuff that they had.
Listen, I'm just saying, I'm talking about not what I was up hearing about Tallahassee. I'm talking about when I can't remember, I was up here a year and a half. I've been up here over a year and a half of my life already.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I looked at myself in the paper, I looked at myself in the mirror. Now there's like actually, first time I had like a real mirror. Dude, I don't look the same anymore. I was nothing like that photo they put up the quarter.
No.
Looks like a different person. I look like ash white.
You've had no outdoor time, of course you're white. Everybody understood that. That's not the point.
No, I know. You know, having a kid that's 5 day outside, literally, honestly, that is the only thing that fucking tears my heart apart.
I know.
That is the only thing like outside of that, like, you know, outside of that, I can pretty much handle just about anything else.
I know.
Having,
No, I know you too.
because I see, like, I know his dad and I wanted to be with him. I know I wanted to play ball with him. I know I wanted to do stuff with him. I wanted to, like, I'm a successful guy. We've always had fun with him. I was taking him places. We've been, like, best friends. I was looking forward to, like, a life and having a son. And, like it's gonna stop, dude. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but, like, it's going to be mental torture sitting in prison watching you grow up on the outside. And the only time he'll see me is to come to prison to see Dad. And then I'll be tight with him, I'll talk to him, but it's going to be mental torture. Mental torture probably more for me than him. He won't remember any difference. So I'll always just remember Dad. It's literally the definition of mental torture. Like, I don't know how. I'm just telling you all this. It's like hitting me, and you're right. I don't want him to have bubbles for that reason.
No.
I can only imagine if, like, his only memory from childhood is having bubbles with me and having photos with me, him and bubbles. And what is he, 5 now? Bubbles is 3. He lives another 7 years. So he'll be 12 years old, and the only thing that he has to remember his dad dies when he's 12. That'll be great. That'll look much good. That'll be like a piece of me being with him, because it would be like the one thing that the two of us used and did together.
I'm just curious. How often do you think, you know, Roman was only, 3 when Charlie was arrested? I mean, wouldn't it be just better for everybody to forget about it? You know, better for Roman. What do you, hey, what do you want to do this spring break? Do you want to, how about we travel up to South Dakota to visit your dad in that place with a vending machine? You can buy something for your dad from the vending machine with your own money. You know, I mean, there's better places to go, right? There's better things to learn. I mean, he doesn't know. Maybe he does know. Bree sure knows. How lucky he is that Charlie Adelson was taken out of the role of being his father, right? Maybe if that happened to Harvey and Donna 30 years ago, or 40, then you might have turned into a slightly less ill-adjusted person, Charlie. I mean, you know, it could have been the best thing for you, and now it's the best thing for Roman.
Have fun with and play with. That here's videos of his gonna die at 12. Like that's the worst thing I can do. Like this is.
Patricia Burns, a cappella, hello. Jill Jane, hello. Daphne, hello. Well, I think they did treat the young man quite fairly. Did he just call himself a young man? He's 47. Or 40. Yeah, he's just turned 47 at this point, hasn't he? Oh no. 48. 76 to 23. What's that? Pull up your calculator. Acapella, numbers man. 40, it's 47. 47 years old.
I just got to get out of the cell. If I get out of the cell, I'll be better.
Yeah, they just have to get you out of there, I know.
You know what? At least Chris Watts faced the music pretty much straight away, right? There was no hope of appeal. There was no... It was just like, okay, where are we going to put this guy where he's not going to get murdered in jail? How about Wisconsin, where we've got Darrell Brooks and fucking Chandler Halderson, and no one's killed them. It's too cold to care in Wisconsin.
No.
But in some small way, that puts Chris Watts, or should I say Minister Watts, in a much smarter position. And why don't we have a look at his phone calls with the family right now and compare. Now there are only 10 iterations of the phrase "trust me" in the full hour and a half video. So let's just start it at the beginning instead.
It was a good thing. That's what your mother said. I had a little chest cold the day before that. Your mother said, "You sure be doing this?" "I'm doing it." I said, "No matter what."
Yeah.
Doing it no matter what. And,
I don't remember how cold if it was cold or warm water when I got baptized, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was wet though.
Yeah.
I was the only one to get baptized at the new church that Jamie and them go to. The kids like going there because they got a bunch of...
You see, the depth is quite something to behold with the Watts family conversation, isn't it? Let me just unpack what was just happening. Ronnie Watts was describing to Chris what his experience of being baptized was like. And Chris said, was the water warm or cold? Now already we're taking the conversation into an area that it really doesn't need to go. That is not what the topic is, right? Oh, I had a really good time getting baptized. Now, expand on that for me. Was the water warm or lukewarm? And then Ronnie finished up with something that surely, hopefully, please, God, Jesus, let it be, was a joke, a Ronnie joke. Chris said, "Is the water warm or cold?" And he said, "Well, I don't know if it was warm or cold. It was wet." That is actually a little bit funny, but I just don't think Ronnie can pull it off. Let's hear it one more time and just give him a shot, right? Give him a fair shake, as Charlie would say.
Doing this, I'm doing it. So no matter what.
Yeah.
Doing it no matter what. And,
I don't remember how cold if it was cold or warm water when I got baptized, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was wet though.
Yeah.
I was the only one to get baptized at a new church that Jamie and them go to. The kids like going there because they got a bunch of kid activities and stuff. And I was the only one to get baptized. Them place was full too.
Oh wow.
And they got some good pictures.
The kids like going there because they've got a load of kids activities. That's not going to last. You know, they'll be bored of that in 3 weeks.
Of it, we'll show it to you.
That's awesome.
You know, you look good.
Oh, thank you. You do too.
Yeah. You got the little shave down there.
Oh yeah, I had him just shave it all off just to just to get it all off so I could actually keep up with it with a razor now.
That's good. I heard you got a little sports person to talk to.
Oh yeah, everybody here loves sports. It's pretty cool.
And like Amy likes sports too, don't she?
Oh yeah, everybody does. It's awesome.
Yeah. And the Panthers are doing good, and so is the Steelers, so that's a good thing.
And they play each other on Thursday.
Yeah, I know. That's going to be a good one. And which one are you pulling for?
I don't really even know, honestly. I think it's going to be a toss-up just to see it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it would. Hopefully get to see part of it anyway. And the Panthers have been going off here lately, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, with McCaffrey, he's been doing really good.
Yeah, he has.
Fucking sport. A lot of people in prison like sports, huh? Well, that's my number one reason not to go. Fucking, it's like I walked past a bunch of guys watching Brazil-Japan today, you know, the World Cup, and they were all, you know, excited and leaning over to get close to the television screen and blah 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 blah, and then there was almost a goal, and then they went, oh, you know, and all that shit, and I just wanted to beat them all to death with my own bare hands, you know. It's like, fucking, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I don't get it. I don't get why I would put any fucking time in watching any sport. But in the context of soccer, yeah, I don't know. It's just not for me. And ever since Thierry Henry died, I just don't give a fuck. You know, I know he's not dead, but in some ways he is. He's dead to football, and now football is dead to me.
And I heard you helping somebody out with their fantasy football league.
I tried to if she ever doesn't set her. Oh, she'll listen to me. It's a matter if she sets her team before she talks to me.
Oh, okay. Then it ain't do much good if you don't do it before that.
Yeah, I know, right?
I like that smile. I love to see you smiling more.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen very much, but it's good to do it.
And just remember, we always love you, always will.
And baseball's no fucking treat either. I was all excited to go to a baseball game because it's like, I don't know, it's not, you know, it's like not something you see often or really anywhere at all in Europe. I didn't know the thing was going to be 3 hours fucking long, and most of all what happens is people walk back and forth on that fucking diamond thing. You know, it's like I spent the whole afternoon going around the stadium looking for those big foam fingers to go and try and return them at the gift shop. You know, it worked. I got about $20.
No doubt in my mind about that.
Love you too.
We'll always be here for you, no matter what.
Thank you.
And we'll be here as much as we can.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I love seeing you.
Love to see you too.
I like the glasses. Let me put my glasses on so I can see you better.
Yeah.
See,
I put my glasses on so I can see.
Oh, there. Yeah, I can see you better now. There you go.
Yeah.
I just got my little haircut too the other day.
Nice.
Huh? But move over a little bit to your right.
To my right?
Yeah. See,
or
right there.
Might be this way here.
Other way.
Other way?
Other way. There you go. Now we
Better?
can see you good.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see you good. Now we can see you good.
It's like
he's moved 10 feet back, hasn't he? He's half the size now. Chris, we know you're shy, okay, but you know you can sit in front of the camera for your dad, okay? It's easy.
FaceTime or something.
Yeah, it is. That it is.
Ronnie's looking brown, isn't he? What did he spend the whole flight over here on a tanning bed? They got tanning beds now on United. You have to pay extra, but you come out looking like this.
Oh, you look good, son.
How was your flight?
It was kind of interesting. We supposed to left Jamie's house at 7 o'clock, which that didn't quite happen because Dalton and Dylan was Pickle didn't feel good, so Jamie had to cuddle her for a little bit. We got a few minutes late start, and then we got about...
So what do we know about Ronnie Watts, other than he talks to his son like he's on a fucking call girl hotline? I mean, do you remember those lines before the internet? Yeah, what do we know about it? We know that he doesn't express emotion, right? Neither of them do. So all of this cheeky, chappy, laughy, jokey, sport talk, stuff is a cover-up, right? When he says to Chris, he says this throughout the conversation, "Oh boy, you look good, you look good, you look so good." Does he? I'm pretty sure he's looked better when he's not in orange. He's trying to put on a front, right? He's trying to put on a front to say, look, yeah, you're in jail, but, we can still love you, and it's not that bad, and we're family. But you got to think that inside... I mean, imagine if someone said to me, Soap is in jail and she's never getting out. I mean, that would fucking crush me. If I could only visit Soap at the Pound on a video call where she can't even hold the phone, that would just crush me. So imagine what it's like for Ronnie Watts here. Pretty bad.
About 15, 20 miles from the airport. They said the next 12 miles will take you 24 minutes. So we got to the airport just in time. We was the last 3 people to get on the plane. Oh, wow.
"24 miles in 12 minutes? Isn't that like 120 miles an hour? Yeah. That's too fast. Or is he talking about the plane? Well, then it would be too slow. That'd fall right out of the sky.
Oh my goodness.
So it was one of them things, last minute thing. I said, "Oh Lord, we're gonna miss the flight. We're gonna miss the flight." I said, "Calm down. I will get you there. Don't worry. I will get you there." Lord have mercy. Lord, it's good to see you.
It's good to see any snow.
No, I ain't seen no snow because we ain't been over towards the mountains yet.
When someone says, "Don't worry about it. I will get you there. I will get you there. Don't worry about it." That only works if you've never, not once, been late for anything in your life, right? Because you don't do it on purpose. It just happens. Traffic, could be an accident, you never know. Always good to leave a margin.
I can see a little bit coming in. There's some snow up there on the mountains.
Oh, okay.
Nothing yet. You
might see some before you guys leave on Wednesday. I think they might have a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah, they might have a little stuff coming around. You never know.
Yeah, I'm sure that's real high on their list, Chris. We fly in, come and see you at the jail, then we want to make sure that we go and see a little bit of snow.
You never know. You look good, boy.
Thank you. It's tough, but
I know. It's just good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys too.
And hear your voice is the main thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Lord have mercy. Just take a deep breath. Everything's gonna be all right.
I know. I keep hope.
Yeah. That's all you can do. Just keep on going. I guess I need a little bit up in the camera. I'm looking down. Ain't I?
No, I can see you. It's cool. I just want to make sure my face is still in there.
No, yeah, it is. It is. I like this jacket. It's nice and warm.
Yeah.
Your mother said, I said, nope, that was mine.
Yeah.
Wear it. And that's what Dalton said the other day. He said, Papa, you a Steelers fan, are you? I said, this Uncle Chris is. I said, no, I can still pull the Steelers and Panthers both.
Yeah, you just got to wait every 4 years when they play each other.
Yeah, exactly. At least they get to play each other Thursday night, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it'll be a fun game, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're playing in Pittsburgh too, I think.
Yeah, they are.
I think it's at Pittsburgh. Yeah, and watch it be snowing up there or something.
It won't matter because I mean the home team usually has the advantage on Thursday night, but I think it'll be good.
Yeah, it is. All right, you still got enough money on your card for your commissary?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
You still good on that?
Yeah.
Whenever you need some more, just let me know. We'll put some more on there.
Okay. Well, thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, I got pretty weak here for a little while because I just wasn't eating a bunch, and I got down like 173 pounds. It was crazy. I was just like, man, I gotta eat something.
Yeah, 173 pounds. You ain't seen that since high school.
That was before that, but yeah, I gained some more weight back on with all that commissary, so that was good. Well, thank you.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
A little bit different food, a little bit stuff to pick from.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I get some stuff with some protein in it, and it helped out a lot.
Okay, some peanut butter.
Yeah, that was the main thing.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Oh, no mercy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. I love you so much, boy.
Love you too.
Trying to think what all I can talk about. Anyway, we had Jamie's 40th birthday party. That was good.
You just had her cooking out of the house?
Yeah, what I actually knew, Robert and them, they went to a barbecue place, got some barbecue and some fried chicken and potato salad and baked beans, all that good stuff. And then we hang around out there and played music, and kids playing and stuff, and started drinking too much, but other than that, everything went good.
Nice.
Everybody had a good time. And Jamie's a big 4-0, so he had a good time.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Did you watch the Martinsville race?
Yeah. little bump and run, and Truex was so mad. I mean, he did more or less 4 or 5 laps before that, basically the same thing.
Yeah.
But he didn't tag him in the quarter panel. He tagged him right down at the bumper. I mean, he hit him like he spelled him out or nothing. He just moved him a little bit, and he had a chance to come back beside him. He was slamming into each other side to side, going across start finish line. Hell, Danny Hamlin almost won it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to watch the Talladega race. The rest of the races have been on that NBCSN, so I don't have that one, but I heard about it, and it seemed like Truex is pretty mad.
Yeah, he said he might have won the battle, but he ain't going to win the war. In other words, he would take him out at Homestead, so he couldn't win the championship. So Logano's in, and Truex won yesterday. Not Truex, Harvick.
Yep.
Harvick won yesterday. I didn't even get seen on that race. I was watching a football game at Robert's house yesterday. We watched the Panther game first, and then we had watched forgot who the other was, and I fell asleep during the New England and the Packer game.
It was a good game until the end when it just kind of like
17-17 to part of the fourth quarter, and they fumbled the ball, and then he scored on that one and scored again.
Never looked back after that.
Nope. But Rogers ain't a spring chicken anymore neither.
No.
Neither's Brady though. Brady's what, 40?
He's like 41. Yeah.
And you still keep up with your sports, don't you?
It distracts me.
Yeah. You got a newspaper in there where you can read it sometimes?
Oh, yeah. I got a newspaper. That's how I kind of keep up with everything.
Yeah. What did you think about the World Series?
It was kind of what I expected.
Mm-hmm. I thought it'd go more games than it did, but it didn't.
Yeah, the Red Sox were good. I didn't.
Yeah, they were.
I was hoping it would go maybe 6 games, but the Dodgers, after that 18-inning marathon, it was like they had nothing left.
Oh yeah, that was unreal. I wasn't about to stay up watch that one.
No, I don't think anybody could.
No. Okay. Oh, no mercy. Oh, you look good. You'll see here. Where's that gray hair at? Yep, still got a little bit going on over there.
It's still in there. Trust me, it's not going nowhere. Only way I can wear the gray hair is if I shave off all my hair.
Well, I ain't do that yet. Don't do that yet. I'm good. Okay. All right. I just check one powers to be, make sure I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Okay. You look nice and clean and healthy.
Yeah, I've been trying to stay clean and healthy.
Yeah. As Amy said, you like the stuff you get from the commissary for your hygiene and stuff, about keeping trimmed up and everything.
Yeah, it definitely helps out getting actual like actual body soap and shampoo and stuff like that. It helps out a lot.
And
Actually, lotion and stuff.
Yeah, instead of bar soap.
Well,
whatever they give y'all.
It was like a little pump soap from it was like hand sanitizer. Like,
Well, Shanann had a whole bunch of fancy soaps and powders, Chris, in that big old house. You know, wasn't that one of her last purchases at 2:30 a.m. on the day of her death? Like, we saw an online receipt for hair products or something. Chris was like, hair product? I don't know.
Pump soap like that, and it dries you out. So I was just glad to get some actual soap and toothpaste.
Yeah.
Dries you out, huh? Well, that's not what Big Bubba is looking for, Chris. A dry hole is no good for Big Bubba.
Well, this weather down here will dry you out in a heartbeat anyway.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's one thing about it. No matter if you're inside all the time or what, it's still going to dry you out like crazy.
Yeah. We gotta go find Jamie a jacket. She ran off this morning and forgot her jacket and didn't realize how cold it was going to be down here.
Yeah, if the sun's not out, it's going to be freezing out there.
Yeah, and the sun go down, it cools off quick. That's for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the deal with that, huh? Colorado. You need to work out some kind of storage system for the heat, right? All that heat in the day, and then because you're all open desert hard pack, just disappears, right? No heat in the night. It's like being on Mars. In fact, I think a Colorado winter is actually colder than summer on Mars, which is unbelievable, but yet believable and true.
Son, believe me, you got a lot of support and a lot of people praying for you and loving on you out here.
That's good to hear.
There's a lot of people praying for you and loving you. Got a thing here on my wrist. If I drop the phone here. Hang on a second. I'm gonna try to read this to you.
Why is he wearing a pimp shirt? Look at that shirt. I mean, when it was all covered up with the Steelers jacket, I was thinking, okay, it's just some old man, some fuddy-duddy. But now I see the shirt, especially in pastel yellow. It's like a pimp from 1982, right?
My wrist. If I drop the phone here. Hang on a second.
There, and he's got a big gold chain too. Look at that. All he needs is a hat with a feather.
I'm gonna try to read this to you. That Roberts gave it to me the other day. Let's see.
So Ronnie's going to read out a prayer that Robert wrote for him to give to Chris, and I don't know why. I mean, I'm trying to get inside the mind of Robert, right? And what does it achieve? Because I get the feeling that someone was putting pressure on Robert to send something, so he just did the easiest thing and said, "Oh, I wrote him a prayer. Pass on my prayer so he can pray with my prayer."
Here. It says, I said a prayer.
You know, that's the sort of thing that no one can argue with, right? Because if they argue with the prayer, that's like arguing with God, right? And no one wins. No one wins that.
You today, and I know God must have heard. I felt that answer in my heart, although he spoke no word.
I said a prayer for you today, and I know God must have heard. I felt the answer in my heart, although he spoke no word. I mean, go on, let's see what Patricia Burns can do with that. Turn it into something, Patricia, because it's lacking, and I know how you love limericks.
That's beautiful.
Yep, that's a good one. That's a good one for you to remember right there.
Yep.
To me, it's not beautiful or funny or a good one. I mean, it means nothing. It's... I said a prayer for you today, and I know God must have heard. I felt the answer in my heart, although he spoke no word. I mean, it's an approximate rhyme. There's a tense shift. It's all over the place. You know, it's not only meaningless. It's what is the word? It's ill-formed prose. That's what it is, okay? Ill-formed prose that's meaningless. So thank you for your little poem prayer. Jesus fucking Christ. Now, I'm not speaking against the faith. I'm speaking against poor penmanship and what feels to me to be obvious, glaring, lazy, people-pleasing. Are you going to send anything to Chris? Robert's like thinking, I'm not going to send anything to him. What, the fucking murderer? Fuck him. You know, but he just wants an easy life, right? So he gives in and he says, I wrote him a prayer. Will you pass on my prayer to give to him? It's a poem prayer. It's beautiful. I said a prayer for you today, and I know that God must have heard. I felt the answer in my heart, although he spoke no word. I mean, it doesn't even necessarily mean to be a positive thing, right? It's never confirmed what the answer is. You know, it could have been fuck off. He's going straight to hell, right? That's what God could have said and should have said. But Robert never confirmed that. So in some ways, it's like a tease, a taunt. You know, let's go over it again. I said a prayer for you today, and I know God must have heard. I felt the answer in my heart, even though he spoke no word. So God didn't even answer verbally. That's not a good sign, is it? I mean, if he were really keen to help, he'd probably come forward and put his weight behind something, you know? But he's just taken a back seat, as usual. And then there's that thing of like, I felt the answer in my heart, even though he spoke no word. I mean, it sounds like fuck off to me, doesn't it? But don't you think that's funny how Robert never said what his original prayer was to God? That's a secret. And then all we get is this sort of, you know, nebulous non-response about whatever God may or may not have said, which is a little scary if you're worried about that kind of thing. So thanks, Robert. I'll put it on the wall.
I wear it every day for you.
Thank you.
Anything you need, just let us know. Okay?
Okay.
I'll always be here for you no matter what. And we always love you no matter what.
That means a lot.
Mm-hmm. So good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Okay. So this thing's still almost 17 more minutes. Okay, I'm ready to get more time to talk. What you want to talk about?
Whatever you want to talk about, honestly.
It started earlier. I talked to him starting it early, so I don't want to waste any of my time here, that's for sure. Oh, Lord. They gave us a Volkswagen Beetle at the rental car place when we got there.
Really?
And I said, okay. Trying to figure out, I said, oh, where is the trunk in the front or the back? I said, way back when the motor's in the back, but I know they don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So I asked the guy, I said, well, how do you open the trunk? So we kept hitting the button. Heard click, click, click. I said, well, it's clicking, but how do you open it? There's no latches on it. The guy said, damn, I don't know. So I said, hang on a minute. I opened the glove compartment. Got an owner's manual out. You got to hit the emblem in the middle. It flips. Then you open the trunk.
Oh, wow.
So that's a new one on me. I would never figured that one out unless the owner's manual got that damn rental place didn't even know how to open the trunk.
I know, right?
Crazy.
I remember last time I drove one of those.
Mm-hmm. It was crazy. That little Subaru we got's doing good. The little Impreza.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, your mother loves driving that thing. Actually, that's why I drove to the airport.
That's good. That's awesome.
The truck.
You're not missing the Mustang anymore.
That is pretty cool if he's got it, the Impreza. I mean, is it the original Impreza? Because that is hot. That is hot. 4-wheel drive too.
No, she's not missing the Muskrat anymore.
Okay.
Of course, this Impreza get like 31 miles a gallon.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't miss that anymore.
No. And the truck, I had to put some ball joints in it. I used to put sway bar links on it, front and rear. On front, couple of weeks later, started making a noise again, so I had to put rear sway bar links on it. And then about a month later, it started squeak. I put lower ball joints in it.
Jeez.
I said, Lord, I should take care about all that. I should have nothing else put on there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are usually it's the control arms that go first on those.
Yeah, that's what they checked. They said, no, they ain't control arms or tie rod is. The lower ball joints finally just, well, it's got 140-something thousand miles on it, so I guess it's about time for it to wear out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's still running right along like a good old Ford's supposed to.
I know, right?
Yeah, for sure. Wish we still had Fords, but up there at the dealership, we got Subarus. But they're selling quite a few of them now. They're selling over about 60 a month now, so that's pretty good for Subarus in Fayetteville.
That's really good.
Yeah.
He's probably sell double that here.
Oh yeah, Lord, they probably sell five times that much here.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We got probably at least 4 dealerships around here, I believe. Subarus, I know.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place here because of the all-wheel drive.
It's like the hotel we're staying at down there. I've seen 4 of them parked there. I said, Lord have mercy, they're everywhere.
Well, they got I think 4 feet of snow in some parts of the mountains this week, so all the roads have been just treacherous and whatnot, and they've been stopping people, make sure they got chains and winter tires and all that kinds of stuff. So it's
they won't let you up there without there, will they?
No, they literally they stop you and they got the flashlights checking your tires and whatnot.
Lord have mercy. So you got to have chains or what? You get cleated snow tires or just regular snow tires?
Snow tires are some of the ones with I don't know.
Spikes in them.
Yeah, kind of those little pellets.
So do you think it's going to remain like this for the rest of their lives? This is, I believe, this is just after the sentencing? Yeah, I think that's right. I think this is the beginning of December 2018. Which is a long time ago, isn't it? It's 8 years already. Yeah. You see, Chris was smart though. He didn't waste any times on appeal. He started his ministry straight away. got cracking on that Bible. Yeah. There's this really you know what I watched today? For the first time in forever, that we've never covered on this channel, and I don't know why, because it's great, is the second series of interviews where Graham from the FBI and Tammy from the CBI and someone else from the Frederick Police Department, they go to Wisconsin to see Chris because they need answers. They need to understand something. But there's this bit where Chris is describing strangling Shanann to death while on top of her. And she is, he says, not struggling, just looking up into his eyes when he's got his hands around her neck, which if that's true, and I don't know why he would make up that detail, really speaks to the hatred that was going on there, although largely misdirected hatred for his mother applied to Shanann, right? We'll come back to that a lot and frequently. Some people put a bag over a loved one's head when they kill them because they can't bear to look at them or know that the person can see them, right? They avoid, they actively go out of their way specifically to avoid doing what Chris did, which was strangle her to death, eye to eye, nose to nose. And the cops are like saying to Chris, was she struggling? What do you think she was thinking? And Chris says something like, well, you know, there's this Bible verse, I forget which one, and I won't misquote. There's this Bible verse that says something about, forgive them for they know not what they do. So maybe she was thinking something like that. I'll bet, Chris. I'll bet as she lay there, pregnant, after just getting back from her airport trip, that's always a pleasurable experience. She's gone through all that, and she's now on her back, on the floor, with your full body weight on top of her, hands around her neck, strangling her to death, probably spluttering and muttering, you fucking bitch! You fucking bitch! You know, something like that. I bet she referred back to her mind of John chapter 3, verse 12, and thought, forgive him, Lord, for he knows not what he does. Yeah. Where do you think that would rank on the top 100 list of options for Shanann's final thoughts on this earth? Oh. What do you think the actual final thought was, California Amy? Or a cappella, wordsmith a cappella, or Jill Jane, or anybody? Let's have a poll or something. Let's get some interaction going here. What were Shanann's actual final thoughts? We know that Chris had his hands around her neck, nose to nose. You fucking bitch! Fucking bitch! You know, something like that. Forgive him, Lord, for he knows not what he does. Crazy, Chris. I'm tempted to go and do that interview right now. It's all fresh in my mind.
And stuff. But yeah, like it's too dangerous to drive up there without it. So.
No, yeah, that's probably up in Colorado Springs, or is that anywhere?
Oh no, that's just like if you go west of Denver on I-70, anywhere over there.
Okay. Yeah, he was on the way here, and the interstate was coming up. There's 76 or whatever it was. You know, I think the speed level. One place was like 75 degrees. That's 75 degrees. Hell.
Oh, Jill Jane jumps straight in with worry for her kids. Are you a mother, Jill Jane? That's the sort of thing only a mother would know. Yeah, that's a good one, actually. That's probably a front runner. It's beaten He Knows Not What He Does, hands down. Okay, worry for her kids. Good answer. We got any more here? Blue J Rowe says, when Chris picked him up from the airport, Ronnie talked about spots. Yeah, I that was in the interview in Wisconsin. I just heard that as well. Again, but reminded. California Avocado. I've never listened to this one. Why do these killers talk such baby talk? And I really hate baby talk from anybody, even babies, even real babies. I can't stand it. You know, gaga goo goo. Fuck off. You know, get back to me when you can, you know, do it real.
25 miles per hour speed limit, and then it changed down to 65, and I was running about right at 75. This little white Chevrolet come flying past me. I know at least running about 90 or 95. And I said, dude, you ain't like any state boy out here. By that time, here come one opposite direction. He's a Yui right in front of me. I drove a Volkswagen Beetle, and it took him a while to catch him too. That dude was gone. Yeah, I heard that. Had that Dodge Charger gag. Heard him probably go out. Oh Lord, it's good to see you smile, boy.
It doesn't happen much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just remember the times you can't smile. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I remember this day for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, okay. It's been a long time, boy. I just remember always we love you, babe.
Yeah, long time, boy. I mean, you got to think. I mean, it was Frank who moved out and lived with them at the house in Colorado, right? Frank Sr. And I think Ronnie was also when like maybe before Cece was born or when Cece was born, he was there quite a lot. I can't remember that accurately though, but they moved to Colorado. What is that? 4 or 5 hour flight? It's quite a ways, right? Yeah. 1 trip a year, 2 at most. So they wouldn't have seen each other for a while, and they wouldn't have seen each other since they, left after not attending their wedding. What do you do on the day that your son gets married and you're not there? Like, you'd need to do something, right? You'd have to. I wonder if they came up with like a really important thing as an excuse, like, my friend from high school is dying of cancer, and they will die today, the doctors tell us. So we're going to have to go and spend the day with them in Charlotte. You'd have to. I've never really thought of that. I thought they just said, no, we're not going, and stayed home watching fucking TV. I mean, but it would be better, wouldn't it, to say, oh yeah, we really want to come. We really want to go to the wedding, but we can't because we'll be in Charlotte with my dying friend. What a bummer that we can't come. I mean, that would be the polite thing to do, but I don't think they even did that, right? They just said, no, we're not going, because Chris was pissed. And you would be, wouldn't you? What a really, really unsupportive, sick thing to do to your son, right? And I'm not talking to Ronnie here. Ronnie's all right. I mean, he's just a bit fucking, in his own zone, isn't he? But that's fine. I get it. But the mother, Cindy, I mean, she needs to be burnt at the fucking stake. There's no hope for that woman. All the therapy, all the medication, all the, I don't know, wellness, fucking activity, yoga, nothing is going to bring her peace or anywhere close towards the only level of self-realization that would do anything for her, for the community, and for the world, right? That's not on the table. It's not on the cards. So what are we doing here? Just letting her live? I don't want to take it too far, but, burn her at the stake for, whatever you want to call it. Witchery.
I know. I love you guys too.
And you're still our son. And you got a lot of love, a lot of support out here.
Thank you.
I know.
It's hard to really know if there is any out there. So.
I know. There is. Believe me. Believe me, there is. You got a whole big old family, an extended family, and friends, everybody. Everybody love you. You got a lot of support out here. And don't ever forget that.
Yeah, and none of them are talking behind your back at all. You know, how long does that support go on for? I mean, it's quite funny. You know what was really interesting? Maybe, who said that a minute ago? Who just said the thing that was in the, Blue Jay Row. Blue Jay Row. Do you remember in the Wisconsin interview when it's right towards the end of part 1, I think, and Chris says to Tammy, "Oh, at least you don't have all your props this time," right? Which was a definite attack. The use of the word props means meaningless, fake articles of trickery, right? In her theatrical long con of making Chris believe that a polygraph was an effective, legitimate scientific tool. Of course it's not, right? We all know that. But did Chris know that? I don't think so. But also, the use of the word prop seems to have come from people he's been speaking to on the inside. "Oh, you took the polygraph? Oh, it's just a prop, Chris. You didn't know that? Don't you watch CSI?" And then it's quite testy, because Tammy comes back with, "Oh, that's not a prop, that's a legitimate tool." She's not really giving the game away, but you can tell it's kind of like ha ha ha, you know. It's like, yeah, well, that's not a prop, that's a real scientific equipment, that, you know. And then Chris says something after that, which is really a different side of Chris that we've not seen before. And Graham keeps going on about this. 2 Chris's, right? There's the Chris that's a great dad, and there's the Chris that got that wanted to, you know, fuck someone else and have a great time, and no kids, you know. 2 Chris's. And what does he say at the end of this thing with Tammy? He says, I don't know, I really want to play it now. Maybe we should have a poll vote, and play this video now. Maybe. But it's like a new level. It's an anger. And he has anger. And that's what I worry with his Jesus shit, you know? You can walk around in the prison with a Bible under your fucking crook of your arm, okay? But unless you find that internal pool of anger inside you and let all the water run out slowly over time, you're no more holy than when you went in, and you're just a fucking time bomb again, you know? I really wouldn't be surprised if one day that we hear that Chris Watts, shy man as he is, you know, backseat kind of guy as he is, I really wouldn't be surprised if we heard in a year or two that he had beaten someone to death with a fucking mess hall food tray. Maybe a whole bunch of trays. You know, I really wouldn't, because the anger that he has for his mother he's not even really aware of it, I don't think, on any meaningful level, because that's all he knows, really, in terms of how he was raised, what directions he was pushed in or away from, and, you know, all those things that she was doing way before Shanann even came up, right? All the way through his childhood, she was, utterly poison. And I would love for Chris to get in touch with that and tell her to fuck off and attribute a large portion of the blame for this, for his actions, onto her. And I'm not, meaning that in a literal sense. Of course, Chris is responsible for his own actions. But they wouldn't have been his actions had he not had her for a mother. He's still responsible, don't get me wrong, but she's got out of this very light, right? Extremely. So much so that it really makes me think that something is wrong. And this is, again, something that is quite hinted at, touched on, asked around by the investigators when they go back to visit him up in Wisconsin over there. They're like saying, so what about the relationship with your mother? Good? Did you think you were recreating in your spouse your relationship with your mother so you could play out the unresolved issues of your relationship subconsciously? Something like that, isn't it? So, yeah, I really don't like it when people have this awakening thing and fake it. Because, to my mind, all they're doing is telling us, oh look, I've found something else that I can use to my advantage, and if I jump in with both feet, I'll be really believable. To themselves as well. They believe their own fucking product, right? So when Chris goes and says, that's why this happened. So I could start a ministry in prison and become Bible Chris. God had a plan. And to get here, I had to kill my wife and kids and bury them in oil tanks. That kind of thing where you go, so it was fate. Number one, when you attribute something to fate or destiny, you're basically saying beyond my control, right? You're basically saying these weren't even my actions. This was God's plan, so I'm not responsible. And I would never argue with the Lord. I would never be so presumptuous to argue with his plan for me in murdering my wife so I could start my ministry in prison. You can start a ministry online, Chris, without being in prison. What else? Yeah, so when people do that, whether it's a come to Jesus moment literally, or I'm kind of saying that, it's not limited to the Christian faith or anything, but that that moment, that revelation of this was God's plan. I'm on a different path. I can do good and a fucking cop out, man. Total. No God's plan. No God's plan. This is not God's plan. Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, I'm extremely skeptical of anyone claiming to have turned their life around, and I think it's pretty fucking when it's real, it's pretty fucking clear. There's no there's no gray area, you know, there's no ambiguity about it. It's obvious, and I don't find it obvious with Chris. And my question is, Chris, what have you done with all of that anger that you've been burying since before you knew how to talk? You know, that you let out one August evening 8 years ago on your pregnant wife and children. Unfortunate. It would have been much better if he'd have just driven to North Carolina and confronted his mother with death. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. Yeah. So I'd be interested to know which Bible verses confront deeply buried rage for, you know, a parent, a mother or father, but particularly a mother. It's the mother.
All right, definitely. It's hard to even know there is out there, but it's good to hear it.
It is, and don't ever forget that. You got people out here love you, a whole bunch of them. Keep it. I know it's hard.
Yeah.
They've all promised to. But that's the other thing is how much is it going to cost to keep this little relationship going? You know, it's a lot of money in calls. You got to think, even if it's 1 hour a week, it's probably more than that, isn't it? It's probably, let's say it's 2 hours a week. Phone calls on prison are not cheap. I'm not exactly sure how much it costs, and I guess it varies depending on the institution you're in, the state you're in, and so on. But let's say it's $2 a minute. Would that be a good guess? $2 a minute for 2 hours a week will be $240 a week. That's $1,000 a month on calls for 2 hours a week to keep Chris company. You see what I mean? That's unsustainable for an average American family. I would suppose. I mean, it's certainly not anything you'd look forward to. You know, it's like, was it $1,000 a month on telling Chris about the fucking Steelers and the Panthers, and which rental car we got this week. Okay, yeah. What is the appropriate amount of time to sort of tail off? You know, you'd need a life event, wouldn't you? Oh, we won't be able to call this week because Dad's gone into hospital again. Meanwhile, they're all at the water park having fun. Ronnie's on the big slide. Yeah, no, doctor says it's not looking good. Ronnie's got to go back in for tests. Well, he's dive bombing with that big inflatable alligator. You see, that's a better way to spend $1,000 a month, right?
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be good, though. Everything's gonna be good.
Okay.
Just remember that.
I will.
Let's see, what else we got to talk about here? We talk about football and racing, cars. Let's see.
Well, I think the basketball season is about to start this week, isn't it?
Yep. Carolina plays Tuesday night at 6 or 7 o'clock. Yep.
Seriously, I don't want to say the same thing again and again and again and again, but what is with all these sports with these balls in them? I mean, you know, why do they all have to have a ball? Or a puck? You know, which is basically just a flat ball. They tried it with a ball. It wouldn't roll properly on the ice. So, yeah, fucking basketball season's about to start this week, is it? Like, that's a thing to be excited about. I hate any event that garners mass attention. You know, calendar events, fuck all of them. Every last one. Christmas, are you kidding? Valentine's Day, stick it up your fucking ass. Halloween, okay. I mean, you know, I guess I used to like that one because of the candy. But Halloween in England isn't like it is in you know, there's no pumpkins. No pumpkins at all. Yeah. Ironically, the only holiday that even seems remotely worthwhile is the one that we definitely don't have, Thanksgiving. But you know, I again don't care, not celebrating it. And then you go to the sports events. The World Cup is on right now, and I suppose that all across the world, people give a shit, but not me. I mean, sometimes the Olympics is funny. Just to have a look at those guys that do curling. You know, I mean, which is basically just sweeping up in a group really quickly. Imagine going around the house of those guys that do the curling. Spotless floors, every room gleaming, just shining with, you know, polished. Mirror floors, wall to wall, baby. Oh, yeah. The floor of a curling champion. Doesn't that sound like a good book? I could write that down. The fall of a curling champion. It's like Clash of the Titans. Or what's the other one? There's another name that has that kind of, what did I just say? The floor, the shining floor. What's better, the shining floor or the just the floor? We'll just write floor and then think about it later. The floor of a curling champion. Good. The floor of a curling champion. I like that. That's the sort of book that people would buy without even knowing what it is, right? That's the sort of book that people would be talking about in the office after a weekend when they've just read the whole damn thing. Oh my God, have you read The Floor of a Curling Champion? It's mind-blowing. And it wouldn't have to be about floors or curling or champions. It's an analogy. What does it mean? Buy the book and find out. The Floor of a Curling Champion. Coming soon. Support the book on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Or PayPal is also an available option for you to support this new book, The Floor of a Curling Champion. I think we could have it in stores by Easter 2027. Let's go.
ESPN2.
Is it
I know
like
y'all get out
a
here.
exhibition game or?
No, it's against Walford or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Nobody yet. But the hell, Duke plays Kentucky the same night.
Jeez.
Number 2 and number 4 playing from the get-go.
That's
That's kind of unusual.
It sucks to be them playing Kentucky that rest.
Yep. Well, they got a bunch of them one and dones again, so they always play for themselves. They don't play for the team.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who I was on the Carolina team. I remember from last year.
I don't even I'm trying to remember, but
And I can't remember who left and who stayed, and I forget who else was in there.
isn't Jalik Felton? Isn't he playing? I think he's a new guy though.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who they recruited and everything. Yeah, they had.
I think there's a guy named P.J. Harrington, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. They had some top recruits coming in this year.
They did.
I can't remember who they are though.
Yeah, me neither.
But I get a taste of them. Well, I got to set record. I'll watch it when I get home.
Yeah, they should beat them. I hope so.
Yeah, and they better beat them.
They always have that one letdown in the
they always have that letdown the first few.
I just don't get the excitement. Well, they might beat them. They could beat them. They should beat them. Well, what? One of them is going to beat the other one. So fucking what? I mean, I guess what people are looking for with the sports thing is a place to belong, right? An identity, a group, a tribe. I've never wanted that. I've never wanted any of that, especially from people that like sport. I don't have anything against sport, I just find it really just a waste of fucking time, You should be out there working, earning, not fucking around. You want to watch sport? Find out how to make some money while you're doing it, and then I'll be impressed. You know what I mean? Fucking waste of time. I just don't get why anybody does anything for leisure. Just make the thing you do to earn money fun. Then you don't need a day off. Right? It's the price you pay. But no, you're going to take a day off and watch football the whole day. How many games is that in one day on a Sunday? It's at least 3. It's probably 5 or 6. Makes me sick.
Weeks of the season when they play a nobody and nobody says, here we are.
Yeah, their football team's absolutely horrible, but
yeah. They've been in quite a few of the ball games, but they can't finish. I don't know what's wrong with them. They get up there and actually I had who was it they played not this past weekend before last. They hung right with them till the very end of it, let them come back and beat them again.
I know, right?
They can't figure out who they want to have be as their quarterback for some reason. They keep switching off between that the 2 boys, Elliott, and the other one. I can't think of his name. But
yeah, I think maybe if as long as Alabama doesn't win it again this year, I'll be fine.
Yeah, Alabama put a butt kicking on LSU that night.
That wasn't even fair.
That was embarrassing. That was LSU's.
Hey, Chris, if Alabama win or lose, you're still life in prison, so maybe that's another thing people do is try and bank on the fake happiness that their sports team winning will create. People that go into work and want to say something to other people, but don't really, but need to, just to, get along. They come in and talk about the great game, don't they? And they're projecting this emotion of being happy and excited and yeah. But that's just to cover up the fact that they have nothing else to say and they're not happy. But once you're in the sports system, you can bank on the fake happiness, right? Like if the Chiefs beat the Dolphins, you go into work and you say, oh, it was a fucking great game, the fucking Chiefs beat the Dolphins. Or on the flip side, if they lost, then you can go in and say to your buddy who's also supporting the Chiefs, oh, fucking, we were robbed. We were robbed. That fucking ref. Someone should hit that ref in the face with a whiskey bottle. You know. Then they've got this camaraderie thing of being cheated out of their rightful position as winner, right? Which again is total irrational bullshit. I just think it's, they say it's healthy. It's not healthy. Having sport in your life, unless you're playing it, and even then, I mean, you don't need to do anything in a group. If you want to exercise, you can do that on your own, right? And you don't have to talk about it with anyone. The only thing about, the only healthy thing about sport, well, I suppose team building, and but that's for the players. That's for the players. But really, it's exercise and a little bit of team building. Leadership, I guess, you know. But I think that's all misappropriated anyway, because you know that the kid who is made coach of the college or high school team, right? The kid who's made coach, and then he's going to be thought of as a leader. Do you think it's always the right guy that they pick, or do they just pick like someone who is a fucking asshole? You know, who was captain of their high school football team? Acapella? I don't know if we've got any other. What do girls play in school for the equivalent? Lacrosse. Who was captain of the lacrosse team? Or cheerleading? Actually, one of our moderators was head cheerleader for, well, something in Ohio. And a damn good one too. I saw the pictures.
What, number 4 in the nation?
Yeah, they were number 3 actually, I think.
1 and 3.
Yeah, it was. They just, I don't know. It's like playing a professional football team when you play Alabama's defense.
Yeah, exactly. I think about 90% of them is already in the NFL draft before they even come in there.
Black Eagle, how you doing? Good to see you. What is so spot on? I'm so late on these comments. Black Eagle says, so spot on. Boom. I hadn't thought of that, but I don't know what you're referring to. Or maybe you're not even referring to me, just someone else in chat. I saw a compliment, and I wanted to take it as my own.
Pretty much. They said they put 22 players in the NFL draft the last 2 years.
Lord have mercy.
That's an entire football team.
Oh yeah, I need to tell you about this guy who was sitting beside me on the plane on here. Actually, when we got there, we was the last 3 people to get on the plane, right? So the guy said there's only middle seats left because you got to check in like 24 hours in advance on Southwest. I didn't know that. It's the first time we flew on Southwest.
Okay.
So we were the last people to get our seats. So there's Jamie in the very rear, your mother about in the middle, and I come all the way back up to the front and get one in the middle. It's about 5 rows from the front. I said, oh, this is good. I looked down the size of this dude. I said, like a linebacker for NFL. He says, let me get up out of the seat. He can wall up out of there. And I started putting down a little.
I've never flown on Southwest, but I'm imagining that everybody on there, a packed airplane, Southwest, everybody on there is wearing an enormous 10-gallon cowboy hat. You know, And even if you put it in the overhead luggage compartment, there's no way that you could fit every hat in those little, spaces. I mean, without some of them getting crushed, right? What do they do? I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to check that hat. Put that hat in the oversized baggage compartment, please. All of them.
Armrest thing in the middle. He said, well, my shoulders only go in so far. I said, okay. Well, and before we even was taxiing to go out, he just started snoring. I mean, he was blowing bubbles almost, doing this stuff. Big old black hole. Oh, Lord have mercy. And he was snoring, and he had his phone up there with his headphones on, watching TV programs or whatever and stuff. And then all of a sudden, he had a big old plate of food down there. I don't know where he bought it from. I guess somewhere in the airport. Opened that up, started eating it. And all I could smell was hot sauce. My nose started running, so some of that stuff's bad.
That's crazy.
He ate that and fell right back asleep again. And he still had his TV shows going, and then Street Outlaws came on. So I sat and watched the Street Outlaws while he was sleeping on his phone.
At least you got to watch that on the plane. Boy, that guy.
What is Street Outlaws?
I was trying to take my little nap. I couldn't fall asleep when he was snoring so loud, because I know I snore too. So I said, if both of us get going, probably kick both of us off the plane. Lord. Okay. Hang on a sec. You see him smiling? You see him smiling? Okay. I was asking.
Winter storm with a butterfly. Well, hello, winter storm.
Something to say. You see that boy smiling? Let's get to see you all.
So
we miss you. We love you.
Before you guys leave, you have to have some green chili or something before you leave, because you got to have at least eat something in Colorado before you leave.
What is it called?
Green chili.
Green chili?
Oh yeah, you got to have that before you leave Colorado on Wednesday.
Where's that? Where you find that at?
Oh, you pretty much go anywhere.
Green chili.
Yeah.
I think green chili is something that his little floozy liked to eat, right? His floozy took him to the restaurant and said, you've got to have the green chili. Let's make a list of your macros. God. I'm all for, I had a girlfriend that was a nutritional therapist, and it was fantastic. I learned so much about food and, how you can use food and almost like hack it, like it's a computer program. You hack it, and you can use food. You can sort of design how you want to feel and look, to an extent, and then eat accordingly, and it will do that, right? Because the human body, they're all basically the same. Big, small, black, white, it's the human body. It all just sort of does the same stuff. I know that there's different metabolisms and blah, 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 blah. But, essentially, we're more similar to each other than to a emperor penguin. Or any other animal. But if I was just started dating a girl and she was like Nicole Kessinger, going on about mapping out my diet and really like, let's sit down and do this right now, make a list, I would just go to the toilet and leave the restaurant. Wouldn't even drive my car away, in case she saw and came running out. I would get the bus and probably just not even come back for the car, abandon it.
Yeah, just go to a Mexican restaurant, or you, I mean, go anywhere has it, but
green chili.
I don't know, like,
Okay.
I don't know.
But I said that because he's going on about the green chili, right? And he clearly, he is still, reeling from the loss of his new and, to his mind at least, promising relationship. So much so that when the opportunity presents itself for Chris to suggest a Colorado delicacy that he must try, before leaving town, it's got to be the green chili. And by speaking of that green chili, by saying it's really good, what he's really doing is connecting with his lost love just as an idea, right? He's with Nicole right now, eating that green chili out of one big bowl. No spoons. Mouth to mouth.
Oh, we're staying in Greeley or whatnot, but like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure like what's around there.
Mm-hmm.
But
Greeley. So green chili. Hang on, let me write that down. The place to get the green chili is Greeley. Green chili. So if you take out the N and the ch, you have Greeley. It's like an abbreviation of green chili. It's just Greeley. Fascinating.
you can look it up on your there'll be some good places around, but you got to have that at least.
Yeah, I thought it was in the Mexican place on the way over here a while ago. Down there, I bet you they got some.
Yeah, they put all the restaurants in North Carolina to shame. That's for sure.
All right. Sylvia told me that she knows a couple good places.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Okay. She'll hook us up with it. Green chili. Maybe try that tomorrow night now.
Oh yeah, like I've had it on I had it like next to the Rocky Stadium one time. It was like cheese fries with like bacon and stuff, but they put green chili on top of it. It was just like, it was amazing.
That sounds good.
It's good stuff.
Green chili.
But you can have it on quesadillas or nachos or anything really, but it's good.
I better eat that the day before I get back on the plane, just in case.
Yeah. Don't eat it that morning, but yeah.
No.
What, in case you shit yourself on the plane? Is that necessary? I mean, I know it's father to son here, but we're watching too, He knew that this would be released. What? I better eat that the day before I get on the plane in case I shit myself mid-flight. God. It's a large world for Ronnie Watts, isn't it? Possibilities around every single corner.
Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Let me get the next one that's supposed to be coming over here, which will be your mama here in just a minute.
Okay.
Get her over here. And she does love you too, boy. Believe me.
Well, if that's your judgment of love, Ronnie, I mean, you should get out too. I mean, really, Cindy Watts should be captured and placed in some kind of pen or, an enclosure away from any other human being. And every single person that she's ever known will be better off in their lives without her.
That's good to hear. Trust me.
And yes, and we will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be there for you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Yes, we still got the bipolar chihuahua. We had a hard time finding somebody to watch him a little bit, but anyway.
Nobody wants to watch that dog.
No. Well, we had a cat that Jamie and them told Cindy to bring it home. We had to bring it over to somebody else's house to watch because it was last minute notice. And then finally Monica said she would watch a little bit.
Oh,
He
man.
said a little bit's gonna be a change of person. And so he said, what's going on? He said they're feeding a little bit with a fork.
Oh, my
said, "Do
goodness.
what? You don't need to spoil that dog tomorrow. He already is. He's crazy.
That's crazy.
You know, every time I go back there in the bedroom, like he does, every time I walk back there,
Right.
if it's just me and him by ourselves, he'd get around the couch, snuggle up to me, and watch TV and stuff. But if she's there, forget it.
Yeah,
He
that
do
dog
nothing
hated
like
me.
No, and he hates every damn buddy.
Yeah, he hates everybody besides mom.
Yeah. Mama's there, he ain't got nothing to do with nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for sure. Oh, Lord. Memorial service we did the other day. We've had a little Dieter statue out there too. With
What's
him,
that?
just like Dieter. Had
Oh,
a memorial
Dieter.
service.
Oh, okay.
I did.
Sandra, X's and O's. I can't judge sports fans as a person who rewatches the Adelson trial interviews hundreds of times, like I am working for the dang prosecution, holding out for a Wendy arrest. Super Bowl. Yeah, right? You see, I'd be fine with that. You know, people have Super Bowl parties. Why not trial parties for trial watchers? I don't know. Maybe we should set up a guild for trial watchers. What could we call it? What could we call maybe the Trial Watchers Guild? True Crime Metrics 2026 boilerplate, patent pending.
Dieter statue out there too.
Okay.
Look just like Dieter.
That's awesome.
It was cute. And then we had a lovely service the other day.
That's great.
A woman from Jamie knows from the works with her and goes to church and stuff too. She sang Amazing Grace and another song and stuff. So it was, it went real good.
That's good. I was hoping it didn't rain on you guys the entire time you were there.
No, it didn't rain. It was just, I forgot my coat that day, and it wasn't that.
So we were supposed to be looking at the Trust Me thing, weren't we? Why don't we do that now? Let me see. How many times does Chris Watts say "trust me" in this interview?
Trust me, it's not going nowhere. I can only way I can wear the gray hair is if I shave off all my hair. Good to hear. Trust me.
And yes, and we will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be there for you.
This isn't what I wanted either. Trust me.
I know, hon. I don't know what happened, but
Never stop loving you guys either. Trust me.
is there anything we can do?
Just your love and support is all I need.
Honey, you've got that. You've got that. Did the letters from Noel help?
I haven't got Noel's letters yet.
How about a church leader by the name of Michael White?
Yeah, I got a letter from him.
Twig. I like it, kosher style. Where's Christina? She's probably off working on one of her big projects. But yeah, Twig is quite good, catchy. Because the trouble with Trial Watchers Guild is that it is a little long. It's even longer than True Crime Metrics. Quite a bit. 4 or 5 characters longer. But Twig. And you could say I've twigged it, right? I just twigged. It just twigged. Is that said in American? Yeah, I guess so. Ah, Christina's here. Trial Watchers Information Guild. I quite like it. But it's even longer. But Twig. Twig. I like Twig. Hashtag Twig. For all your trial watching needs. And twigs.
Okay. And
I guess you can ask Noelle if she put her return address on there, because they don't give me letters that don't have return addresses on them.
Oh.
So I did get something in the mail, but it didn't have a return address, so it wasn't given to me. So I'm not sure who it was from. So I would just if you could just ask her just to make if that was hers, then it didn't get delivered to me.
Okay. I will tell her.
Well, that'd make sense, wouldn't it?
I will tell her.
Someone had sent you a letter, and there was one that you didn't receive. You know, I'd put $5 that it's the same one.
What?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of good letters from people, just like people.
Twig is our monogram. Okay, good. Yeah. But I think incorporating a slogan to do with twigs and just leaving it as TWG would be good. Would be good. Possibly, maybe. What could you say? You could say, well, what would you say? I've just twigged it. It's just twigged. I don't know. What other twig-related sentences are there? The twigs of justice. I don't know. We're just having ideas.
People support, so.
Oh, honey, you don't know how much support you had out here. So many people supported you. So many still support you. And
you see, what the fuck is she talking about? Who? Who was out there supporting Chris, saying that he'd been wronged? Even close friends and relatives completely backed off, obviously. Especially given the fact that he was not the kind of guy that forms close bonds at all with people, right? Nick and Amanda, please. They're sorry that they put him up, even for one day. You don't know how much support is out here, Chris. They were lining the streets with banners saying, "Set him free." She painted everything purple and deserved it.
I wish I could ask you more.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one.
Yeah, her breathy, whiny voice, I hate that shit too. I mean, I guess when people like Cindy Watts choose to put that shit on, what they're really doing is saying, I want to sound sincere and deep, and like my caring feelings are coming from a deep place within me. You know, fuck off. You know, don't talk to me. Put my dad back on the phone and let him tell me about the Panthers v Steelers, or whatever it was. I want to punch his mother for him. You know.
One day, just not now.
No.
Shit, Black Eagle. I really want to know. You keep saying another great point, TCM, and I still don't know what you're talking about in the first one. God. I say so many great points, I guess. It's hard to keep up. It is hard goddamn work to keep up with myself.
But this is what you want?
Yeah, this is my decision. This is what I'm gonna do.
You see, she wants him to fight this. Take it to trial. I imagine that, huh? God, the trial we never got to see. Wow. I mean, that really would have been something. And I genuinely think that, you can say what you want about the death penalty in Colorado and the deal had to be taken off the table and what the Ruseks had to say about it and all the rest of the stuff that people love to talk about when they want to know what was going on between the state of Colorado and Chris Watts, right? The deal. Why no trial? I really just think it came down to he didn't want to bring Nicole in to testify. Right? I mean, that would have been humiliating for everybody. Right? No one wants to hear that, Chris. Least of all him, probably. I mean, what would she have said? Would she have said something along the lines of, yeah, I mean, he told me he loved me. I didn't really know what to say. I said it back, but I was looking for a way out. I was seeing other people as well at the same time as Chris. So just sort of, testing the waters really didn't mean much to me. I'm not claiming that is her genuine thing, but she might have wanted to lean towards that direction on record. I mean, she sort of did lean in that direction in her police interviews. And, taking the life sentence, not going to trial, seems that it was to Chris more of a valiant act for Nicole rather than quote unquote doing the right thing or being worried that he would be on death row, which wouldn't have happened anyway. I mean, he might have been on death row, but the story was that no one's been executed in Colorado for more than 20 years, just over 20 years, and that the current governor is, anti-capital punishment. So by the time they would have got round to an execution, there's a good chance that Colorado might have abolished the death penalty. I don't know. These are political decisions. But I remember that being the idea. And all of that's bullshit. This was saving face and some act of valiance. Some valiant act for Nicole, not his wife, not his kids. He kind of blew that out of the when he shoved their heads through the tiny hole of an oil drum or no tank.
Now this nightmare has to be over for everybody.
No. You have to remember we're strong.
I know. This is my decision, though.
But don't ever confess to something you didn't do.
I know. I know, but this is my decision, though. This is.
I don't know if I can actually watch this, because can you see what's going on here with the fucking placed questions, following non-responses, silent gaps? This is actually quite sickening to watch, because we're watching a mother abuse her son, be extremely insistent on getting her own way, and that's in this context of the most serious set of circumstances that any family could really imagine, right? A dead pregnant wife, 2 toddlers, disposed of horrifically, extramarital affair, and Shanann and Cindy never getting along, and now facing the murder charges and the what is the word I'm looking for, the administration side of what it means to be arrested and charged with murder. I mean, even in with these kinds of parameters going on, I mean, you can tell, I don't know if it's just because they're on this video call thing, that she's way backing off the normal kind of pressure that she would put onto Chris, right? This is way less. This is 10-12% her full whack. But even in these grave circumstances, under the administration of law enforcement building and all the security, whatever, it's a lot to do, right? It's not a normal way to go about a visit. You gotta have your ID and be on this phone, and then some cop's gonna tell you what to do, and there's this feeling that everything's new to you, but they see it all the time, and it's just, even in this scenario, she's still going to those old tactics, old habits die well or hard or something. Unbelievable. What's she going to say next?
This is all me, okay?
And you can tell by how Chris is responding. He's like saying to his mother, no, brick wall, you don't have input. Don't sway me. This has been, and I actually feel sorry for Chris here. Right? It is a big enough of a decision for whatever reasons you're making it, whether it's quote unquote doing the right thing and admitting your guilt or whatever. I mean, I'm never on that side. I mean, people in the true crime community sometimes say that, like, how could that defendant get up there and lie about what they did? And I'm like, because that's their only shot, and you never know, it might work. I mean, even if they don't even have, in some situations, they don't even have to convince the jury. There's a technicality. The prosecutor fucks up, or the judge is a corrupt cunt, or whatever it is, right? There's always a shot, and even if it's 1 in 1,000, I'd take it, But it's hard enough for Chris to come to the decision to go with this and accept the deal of, you're going to live in the concrete shitbox forever, And that's it. No more sand dunes for you. That's a hard enough decision to come to without this bitch mother here going, are you sure this is what you want? Because you never admit to something you didn't do. Yes. You can tell Chris is like, look, back off, Mom. As forcefully as he finds possible, right? He's putting up a wall. He's saying no input from you. And my God. And I can feel Chris's anger. And I want him to find a way to accept that anger. He doesn't necessarily need to let it out. That's not always, you let it out once and it returns. It's like a self-replenishing thing, that kind of rage, that historical rage, right? What you need to do is allow yourself to feel the anger and know that it's okay. Because Chris's problem comes from this sort of seemingly unconscious belief that he has, which is that it is wrong to feel angry. I think maybe a lot of people feel that way. And, so they just keep burying it. Bury the anger, keep going. It's all okay. Deep breath, blah, 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 blah. And then what happens? You step out on your wife and end up murdering her and your children because of buried rage. And this woman right here was the lady with the shovel. Just throwing it all on. Shovels full of rage. Until one day he popped. But, yeah. I don't want to fucking see Chris walking around like he's on a fucking silver cloud, being a minister, saying, this was all part of God's plan. I mean, that's just fucking deluded, because you know why? Because you are angry, and you need to accept your anger. Talk to your shadow self and say, hey, I see you, I don't ignore you, I love you, and you're okay. Try doing that one day a week, Chris. And do Bible, Chris, for the other 6 days.
I was not pressured into anything. This is my decision.
Okay. I've been the service on Sunday. Oh my gosh, it was so pretty. Everything was decorated so nicely for Halloween, and we had crosses made for each of them. And I had bought a CD player at Walmart, and and they put the CD in, and it kept skipping and it kept skipping and kept skipping. And so they sang the song without the CD. And then the second CD they put in, it was skipping and skipping and skipping. And Monica said, okay, that's little Cece. She is over there messing with that CD right this minute. And then an eagle flew over the graveside.
Was it a black eagle? An eagle flew over the gravesite. Okay. Yeah. That would be cool. But the thing about the CD player skipping and skipping, and then she tries another thing, and then they all have to sing the song because they can't get the fucking CD player to work. And I bet that was really, really fun. and enjoyable. That's such a Cindy Watts problem, isn't it? She's a CD skipping kind of person. You know, any CD she touches skips like fuck. And now she's reattributing that to the ghost of Celeste, a celestial being. Oh, it was quite good. Yeah. And how weird is that for Chris? Because on the one hand, he's thinking, oh, yeah, Cece, my little girl, my little troublemaker. On the other hand, he's thinking, oh, yeah, there's that tiny little human being that was smaller than a badger that I, just squeezed the life out of in front of her awake, conscious, living sister. There's two Chris's, right? As Graham always says, there's two Chris's. Yeah, I guess there's two Cece's now.
Really?
Yeah.
Just think about that, huh? Those kids, Bella would be a teenager by now. Bella, I think she was 5, right? Or just about to turn 5. So 8 years. She'd be 13, 14 years old. A real person with ideas and thoughts and dreams and passions and interests and a new chapter of her journey on Earth just kicking off, right? Early adulthood. Amazing how quickly that time went by. And little Cece, she'd be, 11? So also growing up quickly. Crazy idea, that, isn't it? And how old's Chris? I think he's 1985 Taurus. So, which ironically is the same car that Acapella drives. Just kidding. Of course, he has a big truck. He's from Texas. But maybe one day he'll have an 85 Taurus. What was I saying? What was I just saying? He's an 85 Taurus. So what year are we? He's 41 now. Oh, fuck. 41. So still another 35 years, 40 years to go, huh? You know the end of the Ezra McCandless trial, which I do really want to come back to soon. I've been getting some requests for that, but I'd like to come at it from an angle, try and come at it from an angle. But no, the bit at the end where Ezra is about to be sentenced, and her, I thought her attorney, both of them, actually did a pretty good job. And the woman more than the man attorney, she had to, managed to do so quite artfully and respectfully of the murder of Alex Woodworth's murder, right? But when it came to sentencing, and her attorney argued eloquently for a reduction, for the chance of parole, and it felt, after the attorneys had said their stuff and before it went to the judge, it felt to me like the attorney had done a good enough job at asking for a second chance that I was expecting the judge to say, okay, life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years, or even 20, maybe, well, probably not, 25. I thought that would have been, I don't want to pass comment on what I think is reasonable in terms of sentencing, but if the judge had said that, it would have been reasonable considering the argument put forth by her attorney. It would have fit. But he didn't do that, did he? He turned round and said to her, I'm going to give you a second chance in 50 years. Which, what was she? I think she was 23, something like that. 23, 24, early 20s. So 50 years. You're going to get out of prison and you'll be too old to give a shit about anything or go anywhere. And you won't know how to do anything because there will have been 50 years of technological, social advancements, progress, whatever, developments. We don't know if it's progress or not. We'll see. But certainly developments. I mean, imagine somebody goes to prison 50 years ago from today. So what would that be? 1976. So, what was happening in 1976? Not much. Not much of anything. I'm talking geopolitically. The Berlin Wall. When Austin Powers gets unfrozen and he's like making a list of people he knew that are now dead, and he's like, Jimi Hendrix, drugs, Jim Morrison, alcohol, no, it's Janis Joplin, alcohol, Mama Cass, ham sandwich. I mean, the same would be for Ezra, right? Same exact thing. And you could tell that she was really shocked. I mean, she knew that she was going to be doing a long sentence, but I think she'd said to herself in her mind, okay, he's probably going to give me 25 years today. Maybe I could pull that down to 21 with game time and stuff like that. She's thinking to herself, okay, it's a long time, but I'm going to be out in my 40s, and that'll be enough time to start over, and I'll be in my prime. I'll pick up a job skill in prison. I think she'd been telling herself, it's bad, you're gonna have to do a lot of time, but at least you're gonna be out by the time before you're 50, right? 45 years old, whatever it is. Make the most of it. But when the judge turned round and said, yeah, I'll give you a shot at freedom in 50 years, you could tell she was just like, okay. I mean, she looked like she'd just been shot, right? Totally didn't expect that. And that was great, because what the hell with that trial, man? How could you sit there? How could she sit there in that trial? and do what she did. I like I said a minute ago, I don't have any difficulty in understanding how a guilty defendant can take their case to trial, even if they know that they're a really bad person and deserve the punishment that's being suggested and all that. People say, oh, how could they even take it to trial? Well, they take it to trial because it's their only fucking shot at freedom, isn't it? Obviously. And I get that. But what I don't get, particularly about the Ezra McCandless case, is how you can go in. Should we just play a little bit of it now? I mean, seriously, if I was the judge, I wouldn't have even given her a fucking shot at parole. You know, life, no parole. And that's just because we don't have the death penalty in Wisconsin.
And it was, and the pictures that we took, they were, they had a ray of sunshine in each picture of all of them. And
yeah, a fucking ray of sunshine as well, right? Yeah. You know, they do that with mirrors, Cindy. There's a fucking priest on the roof of the church and he's twisting the mirrors. The ancient Egyptians used to do that in the tombs, right? They didn't have electricity, so they had mirrors and they'd shine the light in. It's called redirecting energy and light. You all saw The Mummy, right? With Brendan Fraser and that English woman that I hate, but actually in that she's quite good. Yeah, with Cindy Watts, everything's got to be, you know, a sign from God, right? And again, I get worried about people when they push that. And I love coincidences, signs, but psychological ones, you know? Mystical ones, cosmic ones, spiritual ones. But this is different, you know. So what have we done here? There was the CD player, the ghost of CC was fucking with the CD. Then we had the eagle fly over the gravesite. Now that there's rays of sunshine shining on each picture, which obviously isn't a priest on the roof of the church playing around with a directional mirror. You know, how is it that every funeral has the light shine on the pictures? Do you not think that they just build the building in a way that makes that likely? You know, there's a war memorial near where my dad lives in England, and on every day, it's quite cool actually, on every day, on every November 11th day at 11:11, which is the remembrance, what is that? I think that was the time that the World War I, the last shot was fired or something, right? So the war was over. So that time, that day, is Remembrance Day. And on that time, there's this big war memorial that's like a, well, it's like a circle. You know, it's like you're standing in a circle and the circle is a wall, a fence, and there's old names on it of people that are dead. But there's a slit in the wall. And the slit in the wall is positioned so that on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, every year, the sun comes through at the same angle. And if it happens to be a sunny day in November, unlikely, then it shines right. I don't remember what it does. It makes a cross or something. It does something cool. And it is cool to see. But similarly, don't funeral parlors, churches, remembrance halls, whatever, have a knack of putting pictures on the walls at places that are likely to catch rays of sunshine? You know? Do you really think that that's not built into the minds of the people that run these things as businesses?
And it was a nice service. Everyone attended, and everyone sends their love. Mike, Joey, Keith, Juana, Debbie, Linda, Christina. All of them send their love to you, Chris. Please, just stay strong. Promise me.
I will.
Promise me. I can't lose you.
If I were Chris right now, I'd be like saying, tell me exactly what they said. Because all of these people she's listing off, Linda, Becky, Paul, whatever, all of that would have just been the most basic of cursory, I'll give him our best. No one's actually sat down with her and gone, okay, what the fuck did he do? And for no reason at all. Because surely not one of them would be looking to stand by Chris. I mean, how could you? I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine some friend. I mean, if some old friend of mine that I hadn't seen in a while, and I'd heard that they'd killed their wife and children, would I want to contact them? I don't think so. I don't think I would. But I think my reason for not wanting to would be that I would not be expecting to hear anything real or believable. A human being that strays so far to commit such an act as that pretty much is undoing everything that makes them human. And in some ways, that may have been what was really going on here on some really subconscious level for Chris. I mean, there's no way that this entered into his head, but in destroying his family and getting immediately caught and humiliated and shamed and losing everything. Yeah, he's destroyed his wife and children, but he's also destroyed himself, hasn't he? It's the ultimate undoing of one's own makeup of a human being. It's a self-mutilating, in a way. And when do people do that? People do that when they are extremely unhappy with the end result of them as a person. Right? He was clearly not happy with his whole life. he seemed to like his grandmother, right? I think his grandmother gave him some peace. He said she was always cooking the German food and stuff like that, and that he would go around there after school, and it sounds like he really got something out of that, just to get away from his mother, probably, but sounds like there was something there. And then right up until Nicole, the rest of his entire life, he's essentially being told to pull up his socks, right? By his mother, by his surrogate mother of Shanann. I don't know if that would be the right word, but people do that, don't they? They do that. They recreate parental relationships, and usually the more difficult relationships. Probably to have the opportunity to resolve past traumas by proxy. There's a safety net, right? It's clearly it didn't work out. But I absolutely believe that as Chris was on top of Shanann, his full body weight pressing down on her neck as she stared into his eyes, and he's spluttering over her going, "You fucking bitch, fucking bitch." That kind of thing. He was really strangling his mother, this woman right here that's now still putting the pressure on him. But my point was slightly more nuanced than that. And the point was what? What was it? That by destroying his family in the way that he did, it was actually an act of self-mutilation, self-hatred, because it sounds like when he met Nicole, he was able to see how far he had been led away from anything he wanted to be, and could then see this thing that he'd become because of this kind of pressure, because of his fucking mother, right? There was a new perspective that he was given. Clearly he was able to learn or remember something about himself through his little fling, couple of months, big deal with Nicole Kessinger, right? And that new perspective allowed him to see the man that he had become and how far he had been led away from anything that he wanted to be. And so not only did he want to kill his mother through Shanann, but he also wanted to kill the version of himself that had been forced upon him and created against his will. God, I think that's really good, isn't it? I would be really surprised if a good psychiatrist or whatever sat down with 10 sessions with Chris and didn't come out with that being part of the conclusion, right? That his act of murdering the family was actually self-mutilation 2, the product of himself that had been created against his will by pressure from his mother and trained, pull your socks up, fuck you. Yeah. And that would have happened completely unbeknownst to Chris. There's a point in his interview when they go to see him in Wisconsin where he's talking about the psych tests that they gave him coming into the jail, and they ask him, what was your IQ? And you know what he said? 140, which is ridiculous. I mean, that's extremely high. You know, I think 129 is bordering on creative genius. So to go another 11 steps up from that, I know he's pretty good with mechanics, right? They say he can take a machine apart and put it back together again. Well, guess what? That's what a mechanic does. You know. But yeah, okay, I get it that he was skilled at that hands-on, practical, technical, twisty, plinky, plonky, right? But also, I mean, mechanics for Ronnie and for Chris were, you know, it's a way to get away from Cindy. When you've got your head under the hood of a car and you're covered in engine oil, she's not going to bother you. And there's this thing you can trick yourself as providing service for another. I'm a good person. He even says that in the Wisconsin interview that Frank Rusek, first met Chris when she had this old beat up car, felt like the wheels were going to fall off, and Chris was down there taking off the wheel, fixing the bearing or whatever. And Frank was impressed, and he came over to Chris and she said, every other guy she's ever dated would have, you know, stood by and let me get to work on it, or, you know, until I had to do it myself, kind of thing. He was impressed that he was, you know, mechanically skilled and helpful like that. So it was definitely a tool that he used, right? He didn't just like mechanics. It was an excuse for isolation, privacy, and almost a currency of presenting as a nice guy, right?
I won't do anything like that.
No, I can't lose you. I want you, if this is your decision, then you get in there and you make something. Your story's not over. It's just another beginning of something else, Chris. But your story does not end here. It doesn't end here. You are made for something else. Then I don't know what it is yet, but you are someone that.
Well, not fatherhood and marriage. Yeah. I don't know what it is. You're meant for something, Chris. I mean, obviously, we tried the whole family thing, didn't work out. Maybe the Bible?
That I always felt that you.
You can just imagine Cindy when she's back home in North Carolina talking to, I don't know, friends, neighbors, family. Oh, no. Chris read to me some of the scripture the other day on the phone, and I must tell you that it was the most beautiful chapter and verse that ever have I heard. I'm so glad he went in there and found his true calling. God.
Had a pure heart, a good soul. No one could ever say anything bad about you. You were the kindest person there ever was.
I think in the context of this, no, I don't have anything against Chris going, headstrong into faith of any description, but it's obviously if you're in a concrete box with nothing to do, theology is quite a good subject to get into, right? I mean, it's never going to end. You can never learn everything there is to know about theology. So, yeah, it will keep you busy. And I'm sure there's a lot to be, useful to him and everything like that. Good. I just get real cautious, especially with someone like Chris that clearly has deep and undealt with, unrealized resentment. Yeah. It's a shame he's not a drug addict or an alcoholic, because he probably would have gotten a fair bit out of the 12 steps. In fact, that might be a better thing for him to do. Can you go into the 12 steps as just a murderer? I guess if you're addicted to murdering, maybe. Yeah. That's when your 12-month chip really means something. I haven't killed anybody for 1 year. But we have to come back to Russell Brand. Russell Brand's going to have his trial in England, in London, on October 7th. And the big stir about this, following his interview on Piers Morgan Uncensored, the speculation is that he's carrying a Bible into the courtroom purely as a prop and faking the whole interest in Christianity because he believes that will give him an edge at trial. Oh, he's not going to rape anyone again because he's a Christian. My personal belief is I have seen nothing to indicate that he's raped anybody. Whereas on the flip side, it does seem very clear and obvious that there is some sort of, be it orchestrated or just by chance, conspiracy against him. But on the subject of his carrying the Bible to places and reading scriptures and so on, I do believe him. I really fully believe him. It's not even a question in my mind. Why? Because it fits very well with his history of disillusionment and divine desperation and drug addiction and sex addiction. The search down both of those rabbit holes, pardon the pun, is a search for God. Right? God is at the end of drugs, and God is at the end of pussy. That's the reality. For any fucking conscious people, anyway. Yeah, you got these fucking trailer meth heads in fucking Georgia and southern Ohio like we've been covering, and they're not looking for God through drugs or sex. They're just fuckheads, right? But that's what inbreeding does. But with Russell Brand, and then his long-standing 12-step guy, it does just really fit with everything that I know about him, that he would go headstrong into Christianity. You know, I have to find a way to go and speak about Russell Brand again, because I think there's a lot to talk about.
Wish you would have talked to us more.
I know.
But you are so loved. There's no doubt about that. Your family is here for you. We will always be here for you, and you know that.
I know.
Yes, and we'll get to see you. We'll get to have phone calls.
We'll always be here for you, Chris. We'll always be here to spend $1,000 a month on these little calls where I tell you that you have support and that we love you and your dad talks sports. Yeah, we'll be here. $1,000 a month for the rest of our lives. Thanks, Chris.
Calls. We'll get to write letters. And you can tell me what you're doing, and Ronnie and Jamie and all of us. Your life is not over. It is not over. And you better stay strong, because I have got to stay strong. Okay? I have got to stay strong, because this is we all will get through this together.
Okay.
You, me, Ronnie, Jamie, all of us will get through this together, because we love you so much.
I love you too.
I don't care what you did. I love you so much. And that's all there is to it.
I just want you to just make sure, I think Amy told me you felt guilty for going out to eat the other night. I want you guys to, to...
Shaky voice, huh, Chris? What is that? That didn't happen at all with Ronnie. And it's not guilt and shame, is it? It's being uncomfortable. I think on some level, some deep subconscious level, he does know that this really is all Cindy's fault. But that, he may never get to realize that. That may just be too difficult to admit because of training, right? Really, the best bet for Chris would have just been to divorce Shanann. And yeah, she would have gone apeshit, and she'd have eventually calmed down. You know, it might have taken 3 years, 5 years. She'd have flipped out. She'd have said, "You're never seeing the kids again. I'm getting sole custody. I'm gonna fucking ruin you in the courts with alimony. Colorado's a 50-50 state. You fucking, you know." Again, why would anybody get married? Yeah. Let me just sign up to owe you my entire life if anything goes wrong. Really. You know what I mean? When everyone thinks, "Oh, it'll never happen to us. We're really, truly in love. This is true love." Is it more than 50%? of marriages end in divorce? I think it might be.
Still feel like you can live a normal life too, you know?
Well, I know. You know, this, and we will. For you, I'll do that. For you, I will do that.
Because, I mean, there's still going to be, you know, anniversaries, birthdays, holidays, you know. I want you guys to still live like it was, you know, like this wasn't going on, okay?
Okay. Oh.
What pictures did you choose for the service?
Oh, remember when we were at the splash pad in Colorado? The one where Cece just turned around and I got a really good close-up picture of her, and I used that. And then the one with Bella at the splash pad where she was wrapped up in the blanket, and she looked so peaceful, so solemn, you know, just serious, just like you. You know, she was just you.
Yeah.
She was you. She was you. And I know it's so hard.
I've had enough of her. I need some more Charlie. I want to hear some more trust me's. What have we got? This one? What about this one?
Like, if I would have known what I was dealing with, trust me, I would have followed my fucking gut with a lot of things.
I know. Believe me.
It was a
Believe
fucking
me.
joke. It was a fucking joke. And instead...
It was a fucking joke. What did he say earlier? How well he held up under cross?
You know, it's like, trust me, if whatever it has this time, it's going to have twice the amount of people next time that are paying attention if I would have went it on appeal. Like, there's not other people that are trying to appeal the same case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Believe me.
So I just feel like I feel partly like a fucking idiot for not going with my gut instinct.
Believe me, I know.
Like it's not like I just voiced my opinion on things, but I'm fine. I just go in and out, like just go. You know, making me go crazy in this fucking cell.
I know.
And I think about it, and I'm fine, so I think about rolling. I think about other things, and I just lose it.
Yeah, of course.
You understand? It's like... I called up Janet.
Yeah.
I told her, asked her, you know, she's like, oh, of course I want Buddy.
I can't say it again. I told her what? She wants them.
And I said, no, I'm not kicking you out of the house. I said, I just need I said, the place is either going to get rented or sold. I have no idea which one. You know, it's my parents are going to be dealing with it. But she's like, well, when I move out, I won't want to take one of these 2 TV sets. I go, Janet, don't take the fucking TV set. I'm like, if you're going to leave a wall, then you're going to go put a TV set on. I'm not buying a TV set. Like, go buy a TV set for $500. You can buy a 60-inch set these days. Yeah. A TV set. I'm like...
You got to be kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought she was kidding when she first said it. Seriously. I think she was serious. And I'm like, Janice, like, it's got brackets on the wall. Someone's going to walk in, and the place has to be shown. It's either going to be rented or sold. It has to be staged. You can't just pull it off the wall.
Exactly.
Ooh. I thought she was kidding. She was serious, but I said her straight. She understood when I said, like, the place can't look looted. You know, it has these big brackets on the wall, just they're used TV sets. Get yourself for $500, you can buy a 60-inch set. so she understood. But I said, listen, I'm not kicking you out of the house. You know, I said, my parents will probably reach out to you by maybe Friday or something, or instead of them calling you, I said, you call them.
Yeah, I'm not kicking you out of the house, but I want the keys on Friday. What happened to 30 days notice?
I told her that you got the seat cushions at Jerry's patio. I guess we probably already paid for them, right?
I did, but, you know, I could send her a picture of the paperwork and she can go get it.
Yeah, she said she would go pick it up for you. So you don't have to go up there and do that.
Yeah, I think it's
So I'm like,
ready
no.
for 2 more days. So.
Okay. So I told
Kiwi, hello, how you doing? That's all the same one. Let's try another one. Oh, none.
I trust me, Kate wanted to get up and leave while I was talking to Dan. He spent 45 minutes with us today. She was ready to go, and I'm like, she was up on the side. I could look at her. I could tell she was touching me. Dan's like, give me 10 more minutes. And I'm like, Dan, I know I'm repeating myself. I know I am. He's like, it's fine. I'm like, Dan, you did a great job, but I should have, I said, I told him what I really thought I should have done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, and you could have done this case 100 times up here. You were not going to win. And he said, not with that jury.
Yeah.
But that was.
Daniel Rashbaum always has that as a fallback for the Adelsons, right? Not with that jury. They wouldn't have been able to understand the words "the" or "verdict."
That was with Josh Dubin helping us weed through the shit that was there.
Yeah, that's...
And they look at the Josh Dubin thing as proof, actual proof that they were cheated, because Josh Dubin was supposed to be the thing, the very expensive thing, to buy them a not guilty verdict, essentially, right? He's there to choose a jury and select a jury based on his analysis of finding the members of his peers that would look at his case in the light most favorable to his position, his claim, his not guilty claim, right? That's what $1 million is supposed to do. Of course, as far as Josh Dubin's concerned, there's a fucking service level agreement, and as long as I fulfill it, that $1 million is mine. You have no legal recourse. You know, and as much as I hated the idea at the time, I have grown to love it from their side, from Daniel Rashbaum's side and from Josh Dubin's side, because they identified a sinking ship full of lying rats going down, right? And they had some of those rats bring them all the gold they could out of the boat before it sank, right? Robbed them blind with a few sweet hellos, well-placed phone calls, and I'm sure arriving with a fresh box of sweet pastries or whatever Donna likes. He would have actually found out what her favorite pastries were and then gone to the bakery, the fancy bakery, all the way across town to get them. Right? It's those touches that Daniel Rashbaum knew that he could do, found the perfect clients, Donna Adelson, to apply those moves to, and then even managed to get his buddy Josh a job in this as well. Do you think that Daniel Rashbaum didn't take a cut of that? Do me a favor. He took 20% of that. Guaranteed. Finder's fee. Right? 200 grand for the introduction. Now, don't fucking sue me. That's my speculation. But I am usually right about half the time.
That's all that was left.
And the problem was we were using our exes to get people off that could not be on the jury in a million years. They were using their exes to get people off that would have seen what happened, seen my side. That's really like we should have gotten twice as many exes if we were going to play that game, because it wasn't, the people coming in were so tainted. To give us 10 and them 10 was a joke. We should have had 30 and they should have had 5. You know, I mean, you put the change of venue motion in. But I just feel like if they change the motion to a small town in the Panhandle, it would be the biggest event that ever happened there. It would be, it's on, I'm riding into the court in the morning, and Preston Scott is obsessed with my case.
Yeah,
and he has a lawyer that calls in, his mentor lawyer call in, and he's like giving the play-by-play and like giving his scenarios on it, and like he's obsessed. Every morning he talks about my case. We're driving in the transport van, and the officer's listening to Preston Scott. I'm sitting in the van and I'm listening to Preston Scott and the lawyer talking about it. And like, of course, my suit is all shackled up, and I'm like, this feels like a fucking movie. Like, and the only thing people know is you were convicted, Kappelman won, you lost. You lost just the way anyone else loses.
At least he's got the Kappelman won, you lost. yeah, that's a way to put it.
The comments after you testified, trust me, were all positive.
That was a big one, wasn't it? And what do we see here? The comments made after he testified were all positive. You see, it's quite interesting to try and find where, maybe that's what we should do. Yeah, I got a good thing to do there. We're going to make yeah, so what could we do there? What did I just think about? The thing to do for statistics and analysis is identify whether, because as we saw with Chris Watts, trust me, is used all the time. It really just becomes part of someone's speech. I say it, I'm sure. Frequently. Shadrach Nobles had a different version, believe it. Leave it to Shadrach Nobles to lay on a bit of style for us all to enjoy. No one could do it better. Identify, so but with Charlie and Chris, you see, with what Donna just said, that would be a known lie. She knew that that wasn't true and said, trust me. Right? But then other times, Chris says it a lot for reassurance. I think with Chris, he just wants to be left alone. It's like, trust me, I'm fine. You know?
Trust me, I am. I just, you don't understand. I mean, this is not like some case that's going to go well in Tallahassee. This is like the state capitol, the place of law and order. This is everybody here is government or law enforcement. There's 9 separate law enforcement agencies in Tallahassee. Like 9 separate. I mean, you got like the head of the Florida Highway Patrol. You got Tallahassee Police Department. You got the Capitol Police Department. You got the FBI. Like all the FDLE, Sheriff's Office, County Jail. I mean, there's literally like 9 separate agencies that are in Tallahassee. Police agencies. Because they have a crime problem. Crime capital.
It'd be better with Janet. And if it's not her, trust me, we will figure something out. Okay?
Yeah, I can also talk.
It'd be better with Janet. And if it's not her, trust me, we will figure something out. Okay?
Yeah, I can also talk to Mike and see what he's thinking. I got a couple ideas of who may be able to look after him.
Okay.
Trust me, I wish I could take it better.
I know.
Trust me, I don't have access.
The comments after you testified, trust me, we're all positive.
Okay, that's a really good example. So that's on video 2, 1124. Good. What about this one? Oh no, we did that one.
It's like the mental and the whole, and it's not, trust me, it's also the stress because you're not in a safe environment.
I know, that's what they have to work for you. He has to work on that for you.
Listen, the only way they can keep you safe is if they put you in solitary. Come out for 30 minutes a day by yourself, you're in no contact with any other human beings, and then they keep you safe.
Just look at that picture of him there, huh? I mean, was that at sentencing? I think his beard was a bit longer at sentencing, wasn't it? That must be pre-trial motion, Arthur hearing maybe. But it's not a great picture, is it? As one of the last photographs you leave on this earth. God, and you think of all the poor women that have had this on top of them, burrowing away like a fucking ferret with a bad bladder. I want to reach out to all of those women and and just say that our thoughts are with you. You are the victims here as well as Dan Markel. Anyone that has had this ferret burrowing into them, in some ways that was a fate worse than death. And I really do feel for you. Because you must look at this picture now, outside of all the flash, the boat and the go-kart, and the flash, cash, flash, right? All that bullshit. You must look at this picture now and go, fuck, did I really do that? Did I let him in me? Speak to your priest, or your rabbi, your monk. Cleanse your soul. Cleanse your spirit. Teach the mind.
They're running facilities. They're not running. It's not called that. It's not a federal prison is different. People go to federal prison. There's actually gyms there, but they have everything. Federal is paid for by the Fed. State is paid for by the state. State doesn't get federal money for state things. Like education gets paid for by the state of Florida. That's why, like, in really poor states like Mississippi and Louisiana, I mean, they've got serious problems with some of their prisons that are like, you see like exposés on like TV with like the state prisons in Louisiana, like Angola. I'm sure you've heard about them.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, it's literally like, I mean, it's inhumane, like storage and dangerous. And so you're going to be with people who have 20-year plus sentences. They will not put, like, if someone gets 10 years in prison, they won't even put them with you. They won't put them together with you. Because people who have 10 years are getting out. Most people they know, they've got a 20-year sentence, they know there's a good chance they're never getting out. They're people that have given up on life. They know they're not getting out. They know they're not getting out. They don't care. They turn into people turn into animals. You put them in cages. You give them no hope. They're not getting out. They don't care. What can you take from somebody? They're already in prison for life. What are you going to give them, a second life sentence? Okay.
I know. We both know. We know.
Okay. So the guy gets the second life sentence. He's already got one life sentence. I mean, one thing I've heard is that, like, people, like, with stabbing and stuff like that, they don't move out of the cars. Because what are you going to do? Press charges against someone? Okay, the guy's got a life sentence. What are they going to do? I mean, your work was also, you got a life sentence too. I mean, you go and you tell the police, you tell them that this guy you just got stabbed by who you got stabbed by. Like, you're going to get stabbed again. And if they're like, well, we got to move him to facilities, we'll put him in another facility. Do you know that every time they transfer you, they make it public record? It's on the internet. They will know where you're going before you get there. Like if they move you from a place in Central Florida to a place in the Panhandle, right? Whenever the transfer orders go in, it gets posted. It gets put on its public record.
Yeah, I'm sure Luis Rivera's all over that. That's how he spends his days. He's got all the Latin kings constantly logged into the Leon County courtroom docket. And the Prof's blog. He would post on his public Facebook about going to New York. Yeah, with his flight number and departure gate all listed there. It's so ridiculous. It's like all he would put on the fucking Prof's blog is looking forward to New York this weekend. Gonna be a great conference. Alright. That is not posting. You know, Wendy's so funny because she takes that and quite artfully, I suppose, tries to suggest that Dan would put his full travel itinerary with all necessary information. You know, the kind of thing that your secretary would give to you. To enable you to fly. You know, you don't put that on Facebook. You know, I don't care how academic you are.
Record. So if I got moved from Central Florida to the Panhandle of Florida, right? It gets posted. People in the Panhandle, like let's say it's gang activity in Central Florida, then by the time you get to the Panhandle, the gang members there know who you are, know that you just told on the guy that just stabbed you in this other prison. They're going to get you there. I mean, or they'll know you're there the first day you're there, and you're just the pressure to get somebody to another facility. That's why it's like you get stabbed and you don't tell the guards who stabbed you. Can't say. Why not? Okay, so what are you going to do? Put the guy in a box for 6 months who stabbed you? Okay, they're going to get you back. That's you know, the one thing I've heard is that with prison, supposedly you get more freedom to move around, but I've heard it's much more violent.
You know, you've told me this before. You know,
the guards aren't like here in jail. The guards are with you. Like in prison, the guards aren't with the inmates. The guards don't walk around like here. The guards walk around the pod, and it's like there's cells. Then there's the center area that's about 80 feet by 40 feet. That's got in the center of the triangle where the tables and the desk is set up. And the guard, and that's there, and every 25 minutes he gets up and does rounds. Walks by every cell, looks in every cell, and the guard's right there with you. In prison, it's not like that. They're in a control booth. They're in like a glass enclosed, it almost looks like a control tower at the airport. Like they're in a glass enclosed booth. They can call and radio stuff in, but they're not out walking amongst you. And they're supervising it's like in the center, supervising like 2 dorms. I mean, it's going to be, you know, hope to God. I mean, there's no way they can not look at me and say he doesn't need protective management.
Yeah. It's going to take a little time to figure out all of this stuff and how that happens, but I know it will be worked on. I know it will be worked on.
Yeah, no, I know it will work on. Hopefully they don't.
It'll be worked on for the next day, 2 days, and then we're at the airport. Oh no, this is the 8th. So 5 days, 4 days. It'll be worked on from Vietnam.
They don't do protective management like they did here, where they're like, okay, you're in a cell for, you know, you come out an hour a day by yourself.
But what is Charlie doing here, really? I mean, he's talking like usual, but I guess the real thing is fear, right? He's worried, he's concerned. And he's trying to get that point across to Donna so that she can, write a letter to the, what do you call it, the warden of the jail, the prison? Say he needs protective management because, you know, he's privileged and, you know, has always just paid people off that wanted to beat him.
Otherwise you're sitting in yourself.
You know what? Let's not think about it because we don't know. It's just conjecture. Let's hang in there, wait and see how it happens. All right? It will be looked after. So, Ollie, I don't like to say it to you. Dad's going to need me up front because he's not holding it together all that well, and I need to talk to the repair guy without unless Dad come in here. He'll be okay. Just get along a little bit. So I'm going to switch places with him. So,
okay.
You know,
I'll be fine. It's all right.
No, you just.
Do you want me to just let you go so you can talk to Dad?
Dad, I'm not able to talk to him when he's like this. I just need to. I just want to get him into the bedroom so he can lie down, and I'll go out there with this guy for a little bit.
Do you want me to talk to Dad, or do you want me to just let Dad lie down?
No, I want Dad to go lie down. I want you to talk to him right now.
He's Xanax. I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you guys.
No, please. It's not that. It's just that as each time he walked by, he heard some of the conversation. He's losing it. So I just want to get him to come down, lie down. I think I will give him his Xanax and let him rest, and then I have to go out.
Give Dad his Xanax. I'm sorry. Look, want me to talk to Dad and tell him I'm doing good?
No. I want you to talk to him later. He's just going to need to put his head down now. Okay, honey?
Give him the Xanax.
Yeah, I will. And call back so you'll talk to him
Make
after.
Dad take
okay,
a pill.
honey?
When should I call back?
I would say give him an hour. Just want to give him something and let him rest, and then call back.
Give Dad a Xanax. I'm sorry. I didn't know that Dad was...
No. He'll feel better when he hears you with your voice like this. Okay.
Want me to just talk to him for a second and tell him I'm doing okay?
No.
Yeah, hold on a second. Quick.
Is he going to say, trust me? I'm doing okay, Dad. Trust me.
Honey? Yes. Okay. Here a second. I told Charlie that you just need to lie down for a few minutes, but he wants to just split his voice so you know he's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. You know, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I appreciate you guys listening. I don't need to stress you out with anything.
Oh, no. I want you to be able to talk to us. It's much better if you can talk things.
I want you to be able to talk to us, Charlie. You can talk. You can walk.
Out. Much better. Get it all out. It is, please.
I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. So I just want to tell you.
We're here with you all the time. Please understand that.
If you have to call, it's fine. But you know.
Yeah. No, I love you guys. I'm sorry. I got so much running through my head.
Of course you do.
I know.
No,
but I'm fine, Dad. But I would tell you take a Xanax, because if I was you, I'd be doing the same thing. I was taking Xanax.
I told him.
You're better off doing that than dealing with the stress.
Yeah, no, he's going to take it, lie down for a little bit, and I'll deal with this guy in the kitchen.
Okay.
It says that on the box, doesn't
I'll just talk to them now.
Do that.
That's exactly what. Who produces Xanax? Pfizer. GlaxoSmithKline wants you to take a Xanax. It's better than dealing with the stress. It says that right on the box.
What, honey?
I'll be fine.
I'll
be fine. I'll call you guys in like an hour or so.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
That's fine.
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, honey?
Lay down and I'm going to try to listen to the radio.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
We'll talk in a little bit. Love you, honey.
All right, love you guys. Take care.
Love
Bye.
you. You too. Love you.
I got it.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on.
Please do like, subscribe, and turn notifications on. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics or the PayPals. Links in the description. We'll be back tomorrow night with, I think we're going to do the second interview with Chris Watts up in Wisconsin when Graham and Tammy went all the way up to complain about the snow. It should be good. I really enjoyed listening to it today. Hadn't heard it in a while, and we've never covered it here before. So, I want to keep this trust me thing going, though. We've got a great trust me thing happening. Acapella says, "Don't worry, Charlie. When your dad and I are lounging around and sipping pina coladas on a beach in Vietnam, we'll really put our heads together and try to figure something out." Anything. Yeah. I'm sure Wendy will be chipping in with legal tips. Lots of legal tips from Sister Wendy. Thank God. You've been beautiful, guys. Really good, pleasant evening. With chat, with live stream, with YouTube. And we appreciate it. Good night.